market's trapped. They filled the gap on the SPX barely. Like, I'm unsure if this qualifies. I don't I don't think that this necessarily qualifies. I'm being honest with you. I'm being 100% honest with you. I don't think that this fully necessarily qualifies. I don't think that that qualifies. Matt, I know that you're probably still frustrated about the Apex thing. If you ever
I was
want,
just about to go over it with you,
oh, okay, okay, cool. Yeah, well, let's go over it in a few
bro.
minutes once I finish getting set up. But I was thinking about
Yeah,
you
yeah,
all last night. Let's
man,
everyone who's under the
bro.
age of
It is.
21, let's keep our minds out of the gutter. So yes, I was thinking about him all last night, and I was thinking about how I can help improve his situation still. So if you're still struggling with that, you and I can have numerous conversations in regards to how we can, get around that and the route that I think that and the routes that I think that you should go, and how we go about navigating that, so that you can, still try and get something out of the apexes and continue to trade with apex if you still so desire. I can outline
If
some.
y'all using Apex, I would run, bro.
You said what?
If you're using Apex, bro, I would run.
Yeah.
Wait till go over the pre-market or whatever you need to do, and then we'll go over it, bro. But
Yeah,
the
for sure.
rules in place are nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, they're nuts for sure. I mean, it's designed for the house to always win, because if you lose, then they win. If you make too much money, then they freeze your account and say you can't do this anymore, and you figured out how to make enough money off of us. So the money that you made, we're going to then freeze that, refund you everything, and then put the money that you made, and instead of sending it to you, we're going to freeze it, call it a live account, and now you have to trade off of the profits that you otherwise would have been able to withdraw. And then if you lose that, then you're done, and we don't have to pay you out ever again. It's absolutely. I mean, it's
No,
set up.
no,
It's set up for the set
that's
up for them to win.
that's not even it though. That would be good. I'd be okay with that. The rules aren't even like that.
What happened? What changed?
So the so I had 20 accounts. When you go to live, you can have a maximum of five. So they do a 1 to 4 ratio.
Whoo!
Yeah, they do a 1 to 4 ratio. Your starting balance is zero.
Correct.
You have a $3,000 drawdown. Um, you have a $3,000 drawdown. All the money that you had in your account before they moved you live goes into a vault. After 30 days of trading on the live account, you unlock 20% of that profit, and so on
Holy
and so forth. So,
holy!
and
They
you
changed the rules
and you
completely.
and you can only start with one live account. And in order to unlock your second live account, you have to make $4,500 on the first account, and then unlock the third account, you have to make 4,500 on the second one, and so on until you get to five.
Oh my
And then
god!
and then in order to get a payout, you have to build a buffer of $3,100, and anything over the 31 you can take out.
Oh my
That
god! Oh
that is
my lord!
asinine, asinine, bro.
That makes me not even want to finish copy trading these
Oh
accounts and just
my
like
god!
trade them all
Bro,
solo.
bro, and I didn't even make too much money. It's simply because I had the max allocation account of 20. Bro, the rules are absolutely asinine.
That is asinine. Like that, not like that is asinine. Like that's full blown lunacy. Like that is full blown lunacy.
Like they and you had the option like you could either take the live accounts and go the live route, or they'll pay you out $3,000.
Only 3,000.
Only 3,000. I had
Hold on.
20. I had
3,000 per account,
$26,000 in profit.
or up to 3,000 per account, or
No.
just 3,000 total?
Total.
Oh, what the hell? So they're forcing you to go live.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, because I mean I had 26,000 in profits, and they only will after 1 month of trading they'll give you 20% of that,
That's ridiculous.
and then after 2 months they'll give you another 20% until the vault is empty. Bro, who's gonna keep an account for 6 months, for 5 months? Like,
Nobody's going to do that. You're going to blow the account within 6 months. Nobody's going to hold on to a prop firm account for 6 months during futures trading. Something weird is going to happen within 6 months.
and then if you fail the live account, you have the option to pay $200 to like reinstate it, or you have to go through an evaluation phase, a live evaluation phase. And I didn't read through all the rules yet, but you got to make like $4,000 on one mic or on one mini, or like something crazy, dude.
That's insane, dude. I'm going to have to read up on those rules. That is absolutely bonkers.
So what I'm gonna do, like, but I'll gamble with that $3,000. Like $3,000 to slap in the face. So I'm just gonna full port the live account. Like I'm so done with Apex.
But what about the consistency, bro? Like, but that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, we gotta read the rules because we gotta see what the consistency
There's
rules are,
no-
what the contract sizing is.
Contract sizing is 10 minis, so 100 micros, $3,000 drawdown, no daily loss limit,
Okay.
no consistency,
No consistency.
90-10 profit split.
90-10. Anything past 3,000, you can withdraw.
Yeah, bro. Like, oh, it's a live account. Like,
So what
what
they're
I gotta
doing?
make
Hold on,
$3,100 for? Like,
so you have $10,000 in drawdown?
no, I have three.
No,
3,000.
I thought you said that they combine everything and then they gave you $10,000 in drawdown alive.
No, it's just you start at $0. You have a $3,000 drawdown. That's it.
Oh, what the hell? So what happened to the
On-
20-something thousand? I thought you said that it was like 1/5 or 1/4 of that. No, you
No,
can only
they
unlock 1/4.
so that money goes into a vault, and based on how you do in the first 30 days on the live account, they'll give you 20% of those profits. So 20% of the 26,000, or let's just call it 5,000, they'll give it to you after 30 days if you're profitable. But if you blow all the accounts, you're done. That money, the 26,000 is gone.
It's forfeited. And you can blow
Exactly.
everything if you lose 3,000, which is the drawdown.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what this is telling me is that that's not even like a legitimate like. So what that's telling me is either that's not like a legitimate live account, or they're just putting $3,000 in there, and then like if you make money, then they'll just add more money to this account. But like if you lose 3,000, then it ensures them that they don't have to pay out that $26,000 that they would normally have to pay you. I'm unsure if it's really legitimately a live account, but that's why I was telling y'all, guys, you don't want to go live on a prop firm. If you going live on a prop firm is a scam. What firm we talking? We talking about Apex. Apex moved Matt live, quote unquote live, and they sent them that congratulations email I was telling you about, Dan.
Bro, just the 20 accounts that I had costed $2,000, like between the eval and the activation.
Yes, correct.
Like $3,000, I'm not gonna take that, bro. That's a slap in the face.
Correct. But they said that they were going to refund you the evaluations that you spent on those, but you had already done the hard work, paid for them, blood, sweat, and tears, and passed them.
Exactly.
Don't say that. Just got 5 evals from them. Sarah says.
Apex, bro. I would run so far from Apex.
Yeah, Sarah, don't worry. He's been rinsing them in sets of like 20 accounts. You're talking about like $10, $15, $20,000 payouts numerous times. We need his issue right now is that his Lamborghini just like is that his Lamborghini broke down, or not even broke down. His Lamborghini has a check engine light. Most people don't even have a Lamborghini to begin with. So even though he's being hosed and screwed, we need to get you to the we need to get people to the point to where, you know what, I have a Lamborghini. So these are like quote unquote broke people problems that he's having. He's like, believe it or not, he has a live cash account right now with $3,000 in there, no daily loss limit, no consistency limit, and he can just do whatever he wants to with that. And then anything past that buffer, he can withdraw that same day. Now, 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 the money that he's previously made goes down the drain. Like, like the 20 something thousand dollars that he's made, building that and getting to that point goes down the drain. But he still has essentially a live account with $3,000 in it. Now he can't withdraw it. He can't withdraw the 3,000. Well he could, but he would have to terminate the relationship with them. But 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 it sucks. But it's something that's workaroundable, if that's a term. Okay, let's lock in. Let's go through these progressions. That's crazy. Yep. They do that if you become too profitable. Guys, I tell us to the side of Discord here all the time. I told you, guys, this gravy train isn't going to last forever. It's not. Once, once I get you to the point, or once you get yourself to the point, because you need to take all the credit for yourself, because you're just in here studying. Once you get to the point to where you're just rinsing, especially Apex, like over the head, nonstop, indefinitely like this, be on alert, guys. They're getting ready to come up here. No, okay, they're not close enough. Guys, once you do something like that, you need to, guys, every single paycheck, you need to be putting money up to the side and preparing for the worst, because you don't know when they're going to send you that email. Now, other firms are not going to ban you for making too much money. They're not going to do that. But Apex will, because Apex is an infinite money glitch. They know that they have an infinite money glitch, so they curve the people that have hacked the infinite money glitch. Bro needs a new ID. That is correct. That is correct, Dean, from Discord.
That's something else. I don't know how they'll know, but they said in the email, no relative, no family member, like nobody, even in your family with your last name, can make accounts.
Yeah, I know. They're just saying that. But they can't. Tell that. But they can't tell that. They won't be able to know the connection that you have with somebody else. The only thing is like, you just can't put the same exact number of the business directly down whenever you're registering for that address, and you can't use the same card whenever you're purchasing evaluations. And every single time that you trade, you have to buy a yearly membership. So Discord can see my whole screen. You have to buy a yearly membership to NordVPN. And every single time you trade, you just have to clear the cache. The cache, and then you have to, the cache on your internet browser, and then you have to change it every single time that you log into every single different account, which you shouldn't have no more than 2 logins. So, so
I'm open to any platform referrals, like which ones are the best, because I only use Apex, so
yeah.
If anybody has any good ones, let me know.
So for me, based off of what I'm doing, and I think that you trade very similar to me now, like you trade on larger size, but like you'll start to take base hits. So based off of what I got going on, I don't think there's anything better than Apex and Bullinox. So I'll just continuously keep on rinsing them nonstop. And like whenever they ban it, after I make a specific amount of money, then I'll just create a new ID. Because all that I'm paying is like $100 a year for the NordVPN, and then that's it. So boo.
How many accounts can you have with Bullinox? How many accounts can you have with Bullinox?
The hell, shit. You can look at the screen right now and shit. I can just log it right now and I can show you.
Active that you can trade.
Oh, active right now, the maximum that you can have is 11, but you can start out with as much as 3. And then every time that you get the most recent one to the buffer of 52,600, then you message them, and then they'll send you an activation email. Then you can activate that one. But here's the kicker: as long as you have all of these, even if you blow all of them copy trading, you don't have to start over from 0. So they'll send you 6 or 7 or 8, 10 or 11, whatever number it is, emails all at the same time to activate them all again, so you never have to go back. The biggest thing is once you get them to the
Oh,
buffer, then just send them an email and say, hey, activate this one. And then that most recent one, get that one to the buffer, and now you got 5 or 6, and then like, and then like you're good. So like that's what I'm doing. So I'm doing this in groups of 6. I could technically speaking get up to 8, 9, 10, 11. Hell, I could do it right now because all of these accounts are at the buffer literally right now. So I could message them and say, add more. Let me get 7 or 8 as Discord can see. TikTok cannot see my screen because they'll ban the live stream. But I got 1, 2, I got damn 30 of them sitting over here on the side, waiting to be activated. So I'm rinsing them in clips of 6. And so my only goal is to make $200 or $300 a day at the absolute most. And because I have to trade for 8 days, and then I can flip the other 2. So Bullinox, the most you can request per month is 2 payouts per month. Just 2 payouts per month, but it's going to average out to about 1.5 because the request has to be in on Friday and they send it on Tuesday night. So
and what's the max payout on those?
The maximum payout on the Bullinox for a 50K account is $1,500. So even though that I have 6, I mean, if I do $150 a day, like on 2 to 3 micros, $150 a day for 8 days, that's $9,000 every week and a half worth of work. So that's why like I'm trading like, so like I know like guys, like I know, some people might go, well, bro, man, that's not the 20 accounts. Yeah, it's not a 40,000. Yeah, it's not a potential $40,000 payout. Yeah, I get that. Yes, I know he can't make $40,000 every 5 days. Yes, I know, I get that. But in the grand scheme of things, in order to do eval instant pass and to never trade them again, and then to still make $9,000 every week and a half, like off of just making 150, but dude, you can make $150. I don't think that that's like something crazy to just scoff at. So like that's all that I'm doing. And then the Apex to me is just the plus. The Apex to me, like the Bullinox, I know for a fact that if I make $150 for 8 days, I know for a fact I'm gonna get my money. And I know for a fact I can keep on adding these accounts and they can just sit here indefinitely. These accounts will sit here indefinitely nonstop until I activate them. I don't have to worry about them. Bullinox is the main prop firm that I like. The accounts are a little bit more expensive. They're going to charge you $148 to activate them. But still though. Now the Apex, I make 5, 10 times more money with them, but it's shaky. Like I don't know when the money is going to come that day. I just requested another $12,000 yesterday from Apex. Hell, it could take another week and a half to 2 weeks for me to get that money. I just got my $12,000 from Apex just this morning that I requested 2 weeks ago. So I don't know what's going on with them. This though, I know when it's coming, and it's instant. The payout is instant. Like on Tuesday morning at 11 o'clock p.m., it is instantaneous. I get $9,000 instantly to my account, directly to my bank account. Like it's instantaneous. Like I'm not even joking. I don't even have to wait for ACH. So Bullinox to me is the main one, and I think that they're good because their accounts are so cheap. Their accounts are always $19 now because they have to compete with Apex because their activation fee is so high. So the accounts are $19 and you do eval instant pass. I mean, bro, you know for a fact that you funded for less than $40.
So with Bullinox, if you build yourself up to getting 11 accounts and then you blow all 11 accounts, you can get 11 right back. You don't have to start building them again.
Yes, correct. You can get 11 right back so long as you have 11 over here sitting on the side. And
right.
And you can continuously keep on. So when you pay for the $19, as long as you don't cancel it, it's like the old Apex. It will renew at the end of the month. So you can keep on. So you can lock yourself into a $19 a month membership to continuously keep on reactivating, and just to continuously keep on trading the funded accounts until you pass them. So if I buy 60 accounts, I know for a fact that I'm gonna have 60 accounts at $19 a pop until I pass them or until I cancel them. And then when I activate them, they can sit there indefinitely and I don't have to worry about paying them on a monthly fee. So that's why you need to read the rules. That's why everyone needs to read the rules on the prop firms, because it's give and take. With Apex, you have to pass the accounts within 30 days, and then once you pass it, you have to activate it and pay the whole large pay the whole lump sum up front within 6 days. Well, they say 7 days, but it expires on the seventh day. So that's what's going on as far as that's concerned with Apex. Hold on, what's going on? Let's lock in. Morning E at work right now. My dad is hot. Well, my dad is hot as hell. Word, it's hot as hell outside. Yeah, no, it's crazy hot. It's starting to get hot, and I had just opened my mouth like 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, and I was like, man, we haven't had too much of a crazy summer as of late. It's been in like the 80s. As soon as I said that,
I think this is like a first presented across like all the indices right now.
because they watch these streams and hear people talk about workarounds. That's correct. They are 100% watching those streams. That's why I'm not showing the login. They have Apex representatives that watch the live streams. They're paying attention to you. They said so. I looked at them. I looked at the Discord. In order to understand how to work around something, I wonder why y'all trying to figure out, guys. Like, if y'all were trying to figure out why I made that comment that I made yesterday about the scammers, about the scammers always talking about God or happy birthday, and where I was like, they know more about religion than the people that follow it. The reason why I made that comment, guys, is because it applies to me as well. Guys, listen, in order for me to understand how to work around Apex, I had to study it like the back of my hand. Because if not, then I would continuously keep getting caught. They would catch me if I didn't know their rules. I'm being dead serious. You need to watch out for this. They about to start hunting sell side. They're goofing around. We're on a timestamp 10:10. Let's focus in. We are pushing 110 here. They went up. One guy body candle dump, liquidation squeeze, touched this 15-minute Sibby, and now they're going down in a straight line. This is dangerous. I'm unsure about this price action. They've dumped this market 500 ticks in a straight line. They want to come for this 15-minute busy, it appears. If they bounce us from this zone, I'm going to start looking in the shorts potentially. It's just so long as they don't touch this 15-minute busy. What's up, my guy? What's up, Dev? They barely flashed at 720. Okay, let me run a test limit order real quick here.
SPX left the 32 behind, and they're
Okay,
tapping into
what,
the fifth. They're
above?
tapping into the and they're tapping into the 15 already on SPX.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up. I'm gonna run a test limit order.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
You always should run a test limit order to make sure that your trade copier is working and it is copying the correct
Order
accounts that
canceled.
you want copied. They just touched into that 15-minute Sibby. Bissy. Matt and I will have numerous conversations in public so everyone else can listen, so that they can formulate solid conclusions on their own, so that you can learn as well. Why? The reason why I like talking out in public is because, one, it allows people to go, maybe I was in that position, or I'm not too sure about that, and I know for a 100% fact that that's not the case. It allows dialogue, and then two, I get to help as many people as possible, because if 100 people DM me and say, hey, what's a red candle, and I answer, hey, what a red candle is, individually to 100 people, I spend that amount of time times 100. If it takes me 5 minutes to answer each question, and I respond to 100 messages, I just spent 500 minutes answering the same question. But if I spend 5 minutes answering the same question, but 100 people listen to me, and it's being recorded, I can say go back and watch this video if you so desire, and then I get to help 100 people answer the same question.
Yo, E,
That baby again.
I don't think they banned me from making too much money because I just started to like turn
Turn
Apex
profitable.
profitable.
They're banning
Um,
you. They're banning you for churning the amount of accounts. That's also something that
Yes, for
they're
20 accounts. So if anybody in here has 20 Apex accounts, I would blow a couple of them. Get a payout real quick and blow a couple
it's
because
it's
they're
called
just going to
account
do the
churning.
same thing.
Yes, yes, correct. It's called account churning, and I listened to what the CEO for Apex, Daryl Martin, had to say. And what it is he said that they don't like people that do account churning and do account churning that are profitable. So like for example, like if you buy like for example, the issue with him, one of the mistakes that he made was when he got like a $15,000 payout, he spent 3 or 4 or $5,000, whatever it was, on evaluations in one day. And he said that he blew like 400 or something, like, no, not 400. He said he blew like 120 of them.
Nah, it's 160.
Yeah,
400 is
160
crazy.
evaluations in one day to get funded again to get back to 20 accounts. And then he got those accounts to the passing. So what it is so what it is they're they're aware that he's aware of how to beat the system. Once they're aware that you know how to beat the system and it's confirmed, then they're going to move you live. And you're making money off of it. So there's the thing. So they'll ban you if you just make like if you just rinse them for like 200,000 and and like it only costs you a few accounts, they'll ban you for that. But then what they'll also do is look at this mark when they're done. You need to be on alert. We need to watch out for this. This is dangerous. I think they can ready to come back over here for this gap fill.
I
It's still gap
caught
fill
that.
Thursday. They didn't fill this gap. It's gap fill Thursday. I don't think that they filled this gap. I'm being honest with you. I'm gonna I'm gonna set this alert over here where we need to lock in. I'm gonna set this alert right over here at this zone. I don't want to get too distracted. Guys, it's still gap fill Thursday. You know what day that is. Stop playing around. You need to set a date. You need to
That was
set
a,
that alert. You see how they didn't fill this gap? They didn't even fill a gap for real from even the close. And they damn sure
that was a,
didn't do it on the spy. You see this? They want to dump and they want to go lower. That
that was
move
a,
you saw just now was fake.
that was a $400 candle.
Jesus Christ! Look at that God body.
5 micros.
Oh my God. Good short, fam. Look at that God body candle at this low randomly. That was a
I
no miss
know.
candle. That was a 400 tick candle at the bottom, and they still going lower. I don't think that they want
Yep.
to go no higher. I think they want to go. Look at this Judah swinging and give up the whole move in the opposite direction. This is dangerous. You need to not be long in this. This my order button is on short. They want to go
And
lower and not higher, and they about to come over here and fill this gap. Why so? Because this gap filled Thursday.
look at how many green candles we got on this dump. Only one green candle
Correct.
on NQ.
Correct. If you didn't understand gap fill Thursday, then you probably long this because you thought that it was going to go higher.
Bro, I
That
was so
or
busy worried about that SPX gap or the SPX gap it created up top that I
they're gonna have to
completely
prove that to
abandoned.
me. Yeah, yeah, nah,
Well,
not me.
I no, I caught my 400 off it
Oh
already,
yeah,
but I'm
yeah,
saying
nah,
I was
no.
so worried about it
I
that
know
I
you good with
forgot
the
that
receipts.
I was looking at like they were like ES was creating like that breaker block and like that first presented up top, and the second it tapped into the first presented it could tap into, that shit got out. Like that's what that is. That's
Right.
the ES. That's the first time ES and SPX both tapped into that. NQ didn't, QQQ didn't, but ES is the one that swept liquidity like most recently. So the second it tapped into that, bro, that candle said, "I'm out. I'm
Right.
out." That is wild. I'd completely missed my entry that I was waiting on because I was interested in getting in that long.
It's a 10 up here above it. We need to watch out for this 10. Hold on, where's my journal at? They're about to dump this and come over and fill this
Yeah.
gap. This gap fill Thursday. You need to read this
Yep.
pre-market trading plan inside this book. I mean, inside the trade plan, please. The trade plan says it's gap fill Thursday, and it says that they're about to come over and fill this gap. It says so. It says so. There's no way. There's no way that you should be confused. You should not be marrying longs if we gap up and the gap has not been filled on the gap fill Thursday. There's no way in hell you should be doing that. That's impossible. Every single idea that you should be structured around should be, hey, how can I figure out how to short this if we gapped up and it was not filled? Home sales at 10 o'clock. Nothing. nothing burger that did nothing. Q's HVL is where they want to dump and go lower and fill this gap. Q's HVL is at, man, they flash this HVL level and then the market just precipitated through the floor. Look at that high volatility level. Where's 0DT at? HVL is at 722. 0DTE is at 707. Halfway. Any bounce that they do, I'm going to assume fake. I think that they want to go lower and not higher. Both of them are on spies at 748. SPX HVL is where? Is at 74.90. 0DT is at 7,500. They want to dump and come to that alert and flash us through this floor. Don't long this. I'm telling you that they about to dump this and fill this gap. I would not long this. However, you need to understand one very important thing. A lot of times, in order for them to go lower, they have to go higher like this. So if you go into this, if you press this short button and go, well, NQ Insider said they get ready to come here, and you go short on 20 minis right now, and they bounce this on one candle, and you blow your account, and then they go, that's because you took a poor risk to reward trade. I'm just telling you that they're going to come into the zone. That's all that I'm telling you. So however you want to trade, that is up to you. I'm just not going to short inside the hole. That's just not what I'm going to do. I just don't think that that's risk. I just don't think that that's conducive to how I personally like to trade. You might like to trade breakout strategies. I don't know. But for me, because I can't tell you how to trade and you can't tell me how to trade. I'm going to wait for them to do something like this and then bounce this. And then I'll take my chances here so that I can go break even and just let it ride. That's what I'm going to do. But I know that they're going to dump this to this floor. That's what I do know because I can see where they're going. I'm telling you where they're going. And I told you where they were going last night. They want to dump this and not go no higher. This is bearish and not bullish. Where's that NVIDIA? NVIDIA down 3%. They want to dump. Google down 3%. Amazon down 1.5%. AMD up 1.5%. Intel Core up 2%. The Meta is even down. And the Microsoft, they want to dump and not go higher. Just got 100 ticks on the short on the first 25K. Good job. They want to dump this to this floor. They still didn't fill this gap necessarily. I still don't think this is enough. I think that they want to flashbang this and then send this SPY past the 745 and then like 744-ish. That's what my brain's telling me right now. My brain's telling me that we about to get a God body through the zone potentially. I would watch out for this. I would not trust this. But I would also go break even. Why? Because they could bounce this and then go lower. Because you do know that you can be right about the direction and still lose the trade. Why? Because your risk management may be off. Be on alert now. They want to dump. The last thing I would do is long this. Once they fill this gap and then they give like a liquidation God body through this, nope. They're not going to stop. They're about to flash to 715. This is dangerous. They're hovering this market right around 715, and it's a psychological whole number at 715. Because if they touch 715, I'm going to think they're not going to bounce this. I think they're about to yeet this QQQ directly down into the zone like the 714 range. I don't think they get ready to bounce. I don't think so. I think that's too perfect. Because I think that everybody else sitting over here is watching this and going, well, this is the perfect pullback. Those fools, they bought up here. I'll buy here. And I think they're going to yeet this through this floor. Watch out now.
Bro, I wish I would have like accidentally made a mistake and like left like 30 contracts on my TP. My TP is literally on that long was the 10-15 candle.
You should
tapping
stop
into.
You said your TP was what now?
My TP was the red 10-15 candle. And I was looking for a short, but I ended up in a long targeting that little gap on SPX. So like, I wish I would have accidentally made a mistake and just left like 30 contracts on that TP on accident. Would have been a beautiful, beautiful short. That was also, I guess, a really good time to get out.
They filled this gap to the exact tick both days. And now they're bouncing from the zone. They didn't fill it over here on this spot. Zero, you should stop right now and you should request a payout. You should stop right now, and then once it updates, you should request a payout. Good job. Good job, Zero. Do nothing. You've been waiting for this, and you've been waiting for this, and you bounced back and you were here. Don't forget, I'm not ousting you because no one knows your real name. Actually, I don't even know your real name. I know you as Zero, which is good enough for me. Don't forget where you were 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, where you were like, man, bro, I just need to get to a payout, man. Man, I just need to get to that payout, man. Dang, man, payout soon, man. And you were thinking about quitting. And now you're here. Let's take the payout. Let's take the maximum payout whenever it updates. So it'll update, and so if your buffer is whatever it is, it'll let you know the maximum. What I would do is I would request $1 under the maximum just to be safe. $1 under the maximum, and you are not to trade the account until it gets approved, and you check it and it gets deducted from the account. You need to watch out for this. They shoot this up here past the zone, and they flash this VWAP, and they come up into the zone. I'll short this again. I think that's conducive for risk. In order for them to go lower again and start on the sell side, I'll take my chances with that. I'm watching this and I'm trying to gauge the behavior and see if they're with the charades or not. By the way, guys, we're gonna start giving away accounts. Guys, I'm gonna start doing daily account giveaways, and it's not as though that, guys, for transparency reasons, the money is going to be coming out of my pocket. But there is one prop firm that I'm working on right now that will give away straight to funded accounts to the people on the live streams. And then I will work on it being exclusively to the members inside the Discord as well. Okay? So we're going to be giving away I'm going to be giving away free evaluations. And then they're going to give me a set number of straight to funded accounts per week to the people that watch the live stream, to the members of the Discord. So that's what I'm working on right now. And you can trade them on TradingView. Okay, so I'm working on that right now, and that'll be figured out within the next few days here.
Very generous of you, E.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So yeah. The partnership is not going to be commissions based. It's going to be based off of improving the retention rate for the students inside for the students inside the Discord. But I'm going to personally start the giveaway just for evaluations only. Just simple 50K evaluations. I got to determine the prop firm that I want to do it for. But it'll probably be daily. Now, am I going to be giving out like 5-10 accounts on a daily basis? Absolutely not, because it is coming out of my pocket. I'm going to be sending you cash because I can't sign you up for an account because I don't have your ID. So I'm just going to send you the cash, and whatever you want to do with that, you can do with that. So if you want to put $25 inside there, get $25 inside your gas tank and get half a tank of gas, then that's up to you. Or whether or not that you want to use that $25, well, you can't buy 3 months worth of Knowledge Center. But if you want to put $20 with that and buy 3 months worth of the Knowledge Center, that's then that's completely up to you. And thanks, the woman. 2022. They want to come up there and fill that 10-point volume imbalance right there. They barely touched that gap, and now they want to go higher. I'm not trading the QQQ right now, but I'm watching this. This right here is what I'm watching. That I'm assuming that they might want to come up to and target on this bounce. Be on alert, straight to live. Correct, yeah, straight to live or straight to funded accounts. S2F, straight to funded accounts. So it'll be instantaneously funded accounts that the prop firm will be supplying the Discord with. Now, have to put a cap on it. The reason why I have to put a cap on it is because I can't continuously keep on giving away accounts endlessly. So so believe it or not, I was on the phone with the CEO of the prop firm last night, and we were speaking strategies and stuff like that, and I can't, so we can't, like, my initial thoughts were, hey, you know what, like, let's just try and give away as many accounts as we can. Like, I don't want any commissions. Let's just try to do that. um, and and we actually determined that that would not be beneficial because what's going to happen is that even members within inside the Discord, they're going to become complacent and they're going to go, oh well, I know for a fact that if I just wait a week or two, then I'll get another free account. Or you know what? Just because I'm a member of this Discord, because what I originally campaigned for was, I said that I want to give every member inside the Discord 3 to 4 accounts a month. That's what I campaigned for, and I was like, I don't want any commissions. Give everybody inside Discord 3 to 5 accounts per month. And then he was like, I used the live stream as well. He was like, that's going to add complacency, because then people are just going to pay $59 per month, and then, like, they know that they'll get 3 to 5 resets. And so he was like, so he was like, what would be the purpose for them even wanting to, like, improve or become profitable? So he was like, they'll blow the accounts. And he was like, they'll blow the accounts. And he was like, and they won't even listen to your live stream anymore. He was like, they won't even want to learn. So he was like, so he was like, they'll only learn up until the point to where they blow the accounts. And then once they blow the accounts, then they'll be gone. And then and he was like, they'll blow it in like the first 2 days, on like the first or the second of the month, and then they'll log back onto the screen and then watch your live stream on the second or the third of next month, when the account resets, when they know that they get a free reactivation code. And he was like, he was like, I've been watching your live streams. He was like, that would defeat the entire purpose of what you're trying to do, which is to turn them profitable. So he was like, I would not recommend that. And I sat down and I agreed. And I was like, that does make sense, because I can see how people would do that. Because I would do that. I'm not joking. I would do that. I'm literally like not even joking. If I knew that I got 3 to 5 resets a month, like, once I expelled them, I would not learn. Because why would I listen? Because why would I spend 28 days learning and watching the instructor with no account to trade, when I know if I wait 28 days and I log back in 28 days from now, I'll get another 3 to 5 more accounts? Why would I do that? So he was like, these people that are turning profitable within several months of joining, it's going to actually take them like a year, 2, 3 years even to turn profitable. He was like, you're going to be defeating the entire purpose of what you're doing. And I thought about that and I agreed. Well, he didn't elaborate on it like that, but I formulated that conclusion, and we just talked it out. So it'll just be random giveaways. It'll be random giveaways. So how I'm going to organize that, I'm unsure. They didn't even come up here and touch this, man. I wanted to come up here and fill this before I shorted it. I would have shorted it up here. So it's going to be random giveaways. Yo, do you think 500 jumped up on a live account with Tradeovate? No. No, it is not. You can open up a live account with Tradeovate with $101, but you should not trade with $500. I need to ask you this question: What's more likely? For you to make 10,000, for you to make 1,000% and turn $500 into $5,000 and make 1,000%, or for you to lose $300 or $400, arguably in one day, goofing around, and then you blow up the account and you can't trade no more? That's
More likely to blow your account.
That's a serious question. I'm being dead serious.
Yeah, more likely you'll blow your account.
100%. Because even if you make 1,000%, that 1,000% is not going to really make an insane difference in your life. You need to be looking at the prop firms, and you need to be capping your downside risk, and that's what you need to be doing. Why why not buy a prop firm account and get it to a payout? And then once you get it to a payout, you literally 10x the money that you put in. Why not do that? I'm serious. Why do you want to trade with $500 live? I'm live with Top Step, so there's proof of concept, I guess. But I take it super slow. No. Why not take it slow on a prop firm? And then once you get to a payout, now you'll have $2,000. And then once you do that, then why won't you just keep on rinsing and repeating that nonstop? I'm being dead serious. And if you blow the account, you only lose $100. But if you win, you make 2,000. And I know you're probably going to say, well, most people probably say, well, that's because it's his cash account. He can manage it differently. If you can't manage a $2,000 prop firm account, you can't manage your cash account. You're going to lose. There is no difference. The market's going to move the exact same way. Trying to figure out if this is going to dump or retest. I'm wondering the same question. What I need to be on alert for, if I short this right now, this is going to hurt me because they're going to come up here to the zone and flash this VWAP. Why? Because this VWAP right now is being paired with this 10-point volume balance up here above it. There's an 18-point volume balance that disappeared. Look at this. 5, 4. And they just ate it up just now on that same candle. I'm waiting on them to tip their hand. Look at this SPX get off this ground. Barely fill his gap. They basically filled the gap on the SPX again to the tick, again, and they're bouncing it. They didn't flush it like how I thought that they would. Technically speaking, they filled it. Why? Because the indicator says it's filled. It's no longer there. Look, they filled it on this candle and they reversed it. So I need to be cautious in both directions. They're goofing around. Can't do prop firms if they trade live capital to get some skin in the game. Too many strict rules. Who told you that, Critch? Who told you that? Are you being sarcastic? Is that sarcasm or no? My sarcasm detection is a little bit low today. Push the demon button, Padre said. I know that's sarcasm, Padre. That was funny. I promise you. Okay. You got me going. That was funny. I like that one. That was funny. Sorry. That was funny, Padre. I love when they go away from my imbalance. That was crazy. Jay sent that meme. That's funny. From Discord. Guys, I'm looking at the Discord messages. Excuse me. Be on alert. Absolutely. I've only taken a few payouts and just got a fresh funded, but I feel like there are gaps. Gaps of what? Now, speaking facts, and yes, the chart is about the milk. Too many rules. What are the rules? Name them, Critch. Guys, if you think that there's too many rules with the prop firms right now, name the rules. Name the rules that are so dreadful. Let's just start out with the one that has the most strict rules, just on face value. With Apex, what is so dreadful about the rules? Because I know what you're going to say. I'm being dead serious. Send out Insider. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say consistency rules. That's all that you can say. What are you going to say? What? So what? I can't make $10,000 in a day? Is that what you're going to say? I'm being dead serious. Intraday trailing, big dog. Okay. Okay, intraday trailing? Perfect. What else? I'm going to go down the line. I'm getting ready to prove to you on as to why they're not really rules. You ready? I'm getting ready to prove to you. Unrealized profit tracking on Mind from the Future. Rapid. Okay. Yeah, intraday trailing, basically, right? So I got a question. Do you think that, listen, that 50K count is not a 50K count. Guys, I'm getting ready to expand your horizons right now, but I need you to not be combative mentally. Because in order for you to wake up, you need to have an open mind, right? So I'm getting ready to explain it to you. As Ramon Hedge Fund, I'm getting ready to explain it to you in regards to how it makes sense from an economical brain, from an economical standpoint. Ready? That
Yep.
$50,000 account is fake. It's not a real $50,000 account. It is a $2,000 account. But if you
Yep.
lose $1,500, it's basically done. So it's $2,000, right?
That's it. Yep.
Correct. So once we understand that baseline, then we can move forward. That's the first thing. The second thing that you need to understand that's very important whenever it comes to this is this. If you make 10% of 2,000, what's that? That's $200 in a day. If somebody walked up to you and they said, "Hey, bro, I got something where you can make 10% every single day based off of the money that you put in, or 10% every other day," what would you tell them? You would tell them and you would say, "Bro, that's a scam. Nobody's doing that. No one's making 10% off of whatever the account balance is almost every single day. And not only that, expects to make that. That's a scam. Because I know that the best investors in the world can hardly beat the S&P 500 of 7.5% over the course of 12 months. So I know that if you can do that 5 times of shit, if you can do that for a week and make 50%, I know that that's a scam. I'm gonna stay the hell away from that. So here's the deal. On a 50K account, most of y'all are up $800-900. You literally just made 40, 50, 60, 70. Hell, some of y'all might even be up $2,000 in a day. I've seen it. You made 100% of the day and are expecting to do that consistently. And you're crying because you're going, well, I'm up 100. Well, you know what? I'm up 75% on this account in one day, and I can't hold on to it and just make 500-600% off the account balance, and then do it over and over and just just do that. And I'm the one that's getting penalized because I let a trade that was up 600-700% go back down against me, and now they told me that I can't trade no more because of the quote unquote intraday trailing drawdown. That's not fair. That's what you're telling me right now. You do know that, right? So when you let a trade go up $1,000 and then like you let it round trip all the way against you, $2,000.
Crazy.
That's
you get penalized for that.
Yes. Professional traders don't do that. Professional traders see money and they start scaling out at the top. And they're out and they rinse and they repeat. High-level professional traders. I'm not talking about those gurus or those fools that you see trading. I'm talking about the traders that are making $15-20 million a year trading at an actual prop firm in Manhattan, on Wall Street, or near Wall Street, like at S&B Capital. That's what they're doing. Dude. So we got the game all effed up here. Watch out for this. They're about to come up here and fill this 10 point that I've been telling you about. That was the reason why I was in shortness. Look out. So that's what's going on as far as that's concerned, okay? So that's the first thing with the intraday trailing drawdown. Because why would you not be up 50% and then just stop? I mean, what are you trying to get? Are you trying to make 100% every single day? And you're upset that they're telling you, at least in the beginning. Guys, the trailing drawdown stops once you get past the buffer. Guys, I'm being dead serious. Guys, you act as though it's trailing drawdown when you up $4,000 or $5,000, dude. No, it's only trailing drawdown for like the initial buffer. Then after that, it stops. It locks into the initial balance. So you're upset and you're going, well, too many rules, because in the beginning, I got to make sure that I take base hits and I got to prove myself. And I can't let trades run 3,000%. That's not fair. What? If you're right, take the money. If you're wrong, cut the trade.
Rules are the rules, you know?
So
you want to make the money, you got to play by the rules in the beginning.
Exactly. Guys, listen. If you put in a job application for S&B Capital, because I considered applying there and going to Manhattan, I'm being dead serious. I did. Guys, because I was reading a book and I was just dumbfounded. Guys, they're going to give you like $100,000 in capital. They're not going to give you access to $1 million in capital up front. You have to prove that you can manage the company's capital in the beginning. Since where do you jump onto a job at and you just and you just get to do whatever you want to do in the beginning up front? Nowhere. Nowhere. You have to go through training first. It's called a probationary period. So that dispels that myth. That's what I'm saying. You can't do what you want. You get penalized for making too much. You're missing the point is yes, that's the case, but that's normal. That's normal, Critch. They're not penalizing you. They're saying, hey, follow reasonable rules. And people that are insanely greedy or batshit insane are going, no, bro. No, bro, what are you talking about? From the beginning, I want to do X, Y, and Z. And they're just saying, hey, show us that you are consistent and aren't a YOLOer. You want to know why? Because most people are going to full port it and make $10,000 at one day and then only make $10 for like 4 days and then request the maximum payout because they don't know how to trade. That's why. If you are consistent, what's the issue with you making $500 in a day for 5 days? I'm being dead serious. If you know what you're doing. If all that you had to do in order to make $10,000 was for me to say, hey, all that I need you to do is that I just need you to walk from your kitchen to your bedroom 10 times in a row. Could you do that? Yes or no? You'd be like, hell yeah, that's easy. You wouldn't sit here and you wouldn't complain and go, well, bro, I got to get out of bed, man. Why, instead of walking there, why can't I run 20 miles an hour and then do a backflip on my way there one time and then give me the 10,000? Why? Come on, man, that's not fair. Why you asking me to walk back and forth like that? And I go, what, you don't know the route? And you go, well, it's not that I don't know. Well, see, you ask too many questions. Just give me the money how I want it. I don't want to follow no rules. I heard something yesterday and I want to share it with you guys with this. Everybody wants more reward with less rules and with less sacrifice. I heard this yesterday and it's true. Everybody wants more reward with less rules and more sacrifice and less dedication. Since where at do you know that they do that at? Where at in life can you accomplish something like that? Why are you trying to apply that here? You understand that one concept that I just told you. You can understand that. So why are you trying to apply it to this? What makes you think that this is going to be any different? They left an 11-point volume balance lower. Watch out. Look at this. Watch out for that. I'm getting ready to enter into a short and try and target 120 ticks to the downside. They're about to dump this market. I don't think they want to go no higher. The next green candle, I'm going to short this. But they cannot come over and fill this 11-point volume balance lower because I can see where they're trying to go. So like they got to turn this candle green here and squeeze it to go higher. Look at this.
Order
I'm going
submitted.
to short this right now on 3 contracts. I'm going to try and get 120 ticks to the downside of this move. I think that they're goofing around. I think they want to go lower. They are saying prove yourself. Fed speaking to who said that? Not that I'm aware of. unless you know something I don't know. Look at this. Let me sit up in my chair. 1050 incoming. Correct. They want to go higher, not lower. I think they want to go lower. I think these people want to go lower, and I don't think they want to go no higher. Look at that. Look at that market dump. Look at that market dump. Jesus Christ.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Fucking missed the goddamn TP.
Order filled.
Trade straight to the goddamn TP again. Why I had to be out? Because they filled the 11-point volume imbalance, so I had to be out. Right over here. I did not think they wanted to go out no higher. I told you. You need to be paying attention to what we're doing. Screw everything that I just told you. You need to be looking at what they're doing. You need to be trying to figure out what we're doing and how we're rinsing this money like this, and how we're making tens of thousands of dollars a day from a computer. Screw everything that I just told you. That's what you need to be trying to figure out in the first place. You need to be trying to figure out. You need to be trying to figure out how you can get your hands on this indicator right over here that's letting me know exactly where they're getting ready to go. I told you it was going to come in, and I told you it was getting ready to come in. You need to be trying to figure that out, and you need to be trying to figure out how the students inside this Discord get free access to this indicator, and how you can get free access to the indicator. And when you unsubscribe, then you don't get it no more. Why? Because why would I do that? That's what you need to be trying to do. And you need to be trying to pair that with this liquidity draw indicator. That's what you need to be trying to do. And so you can make tens of thousands of dollars a day from your computer. And you can not give a damn about geopolitical war tension news, or about who, or about what's going on with the Epstein files. That's what you need to be trying to figure out. And you need to be listening to my voice.
Bro, I was holding that short and you entered. Thank you for that confidence, dog. I was a little. I know it's tapping into that 15 and I had got in, but I was a little worried about it.
Bro, yeah, absolutely, 100%. And that's also another thing. You don't have to necessarily take the same trade that I'm taking. But a lot of times, if you're in that same, like, if you're in that short, and if I go, bro, they're getting ready to dump this, you can go, whew, okay, good. I feel a little bit better. You know what? I feel a little bit better. All right, good. That's also why you're in here, so you can talk too. You need to be on alert now. I'm done with these accounts for today. Why? Because I'm only trying to make $150 a day on these accounts. I'm done on those accounts. Why? Because why would I mess up a $9,000 a week business? And the other accounts are getting closer to payout too. So that's 9,000 plus, because I'm making about $1,200 times 20. Why would I screw up? What's that? One trade like that a day for 9,000 every week. 9,000 times 1,200, because that's right around the amount that I request. 1,200 times 20. No, 9,000 plus 1,200 times 20. On this login, why would I mess up something that's paying me that's about to be paying me $33,000 a week for? They want to go lower and not higher. I told you. I was 60 seconds early before they started dumping. That 11-point volume balance on this indicator told me that they were trying to go lower, and you were sitting there trying to figure out what the hell we was talking about. Be on alert, and you need wake up. I'm getting ready to log off. I'm getting ready to log out these accounts and switch my IP address. Watch out. Let's go to swap the IP address. I gotta log out of the lead account, which is the demo that I'm copy trading all of the funded accounts off of, and then I gotta refresh it. It's really just this simple. I come over here and I press this button. Address just like this. And then the screen flashes, just like how you saw just now. And now I'm
Yeah,
good
it
to go.
resets.
Correct. It resets everything, and now I'm good to go. And now I log back in off of a new fresh IP address, just like so. Be on alert. And now I pull up the trade copy on another account. But on this one, I'm gonna try and do multiple trades of three, three micros. Might do 3 and 2. Why? Because why not? Trade consistency. Base hit, one small drop, fill up the bucket. Everybody wants to get rich immediately. But I always ask people like this. Guys, I implore you, guys. Now, you may be different, because I have students inside here that make $30,000-$40,000 in a day. On like one, not like anywhere from $25,000 to about $30,000. Some of them, but consistently, someone making probably $15,000 per, like off of like one account, either Top Step or My Fund the Futures or TPT, one of them. But for sure, Top Step and some others, maybe My Fund the Futures. I'm not sure. Okay, but those students are very rare, very very rare. Of the 3% that actually want to actually learn and hire a mentor and actually become profitable, maybe 2 to 3% of that 3% actually can do that. So I need to ask you this question. This is a serious question. You say, well, I don't want no rules. I don't want no consistency. I want to be able to make $5,000 to $10,000 a day and not be penalized in one day. This is what I want. Because I know I can do it. I can do it. I'm going to ask you one very simple, solid question, and it's going to force an existential internal audit. If you don't know what that is, I'm going to force you to be real with yourself and to look yourself in the mirror. I'm going to hold the mirror up to your face right now. Have you done that yet? Consistently? Yes or no? Are you rich doing that? Yes or no? Yes or no? Well, that's because I get no. Nope, I don't know. I don't want to hear no excuse. We're adults. And because I have students inside here that make, literally, I have students inside here that I promise you that make like $50,000, $60,000 a month and they're like 17, 18 years old. So I still consider them adults. Yes or no? But if I just had $250,000, no, I said yes or no.
This Top Step is really lagging bad.
All that I need to know. You're begging for something that I mean, you know what I'm saying? What are we doing? What are we talking about here? Be on alert. Let me clear my cache.
Is anybody else using Top Step today?
What's your typical sizing based on your current methodology? Do you run on evals, not funded? I never trade an evaluation. I will never do that. But that's just me. But I had to in the beginning in order to turn profitable. So you're going to have to do that. I do eval instant pass. That method is given to the students inside Discord. I can show you how to get an unlimited amount of funded accounts should you so desire. But that's not the issue. Getting funded is not the issue. Being profitable, being consistent is the issue. Because everybody thinks that how you're going to get rich is everybody thinks that how you get rich is by not following rules. But how you get rich is by following rules and by staying, and how you stay rich is by is by having rules and limitations. I'm being dead serious. what seriously successful rich person that you know got rich outside of like some weird hedge fund, some weird one-off scenario, like they won the lottery or something like that, and like they don't have a set schedule, like a set routine. Those are rules. Where like they don't wake up at 5, 6 a.m. in the morning and follow rules and limitations and guidelines. Who do you know is living like that and they're just and they're just free willy nilly, just effing around. I'm being dead serious. Sarah Trades is a doctor. She she has to follow insane strict protocol. She started watching this live stream. She knows exactly what I'm talking about probably. Like imagine like she probably works with people that make 250, 350, $400,000. I am here. Yeah, I know. She works. She can tell me if I'm a liar, but she probably works with people that make $300,000 to $400,000 a year in the medical industry. Those people probably stick to an insanely strict routine. They're on time. They show up. More more than you think. More than that. Absolutely. But people go, well, I want to make a doctor's salary, but I don't want no rules. And I don't want to go to school and I don't want no mentor. I don't want no guidance. People love begging for the thing that's going to ultimately cause their own demise and their own self-destruction. That is the human brain. You need to fight that. And I'm just trying to get you to wake up. I'm just being honest with you. All my coworkers are very prompt on time. We all have set schedules that we do not that we do not vary from. Very, very, very far away from. That's correct. How would it be possible with the absurdity amount of rules? If I had 250K liquid, boy, oh boy. Nope, that's false. You want to know why? Because if you can't cut a trade that's going against you $1,000 on a prop firm account and you're down 50% of the, and you're down 50% of the account balance, can you imagine what your brain would say if you had a $250,000 cash account and you press this button and you had a $250,000 cash account and you could enter into 250 minis and you shorted us over here like this because you thought they was getting ready to go lower when everybody said that and they flashed us up 330 ticks and you were in a 30 mini position, which is 300 micros, and they went up 350 ticks against you, and literally in 5 minutes 5 minutes at the snap of a finger, you were down $50,000 right now. From here to here, it took you 5 minutes to be down $50,000. Can you imagine what your brain would say? Your brain would go, "Well, fuck no, I'm gonna hold on to this," and then like another 10 minutes later passes, and they come up into here, and now you're down 100,000. Would you cut that trade? Yes or no?
Adding in another 300, bro.
You see how whenever I'm starting to point these things out to you, you're probably going, whoa, shit. And that's just 30 micros on the $250,000 cash account. That's nothing.
I would have cut it way before that.
That's nothing. Bang. You're going to be like, well, no, I'm going to hold on to this. And bang. See what I'm saying? The risk management is what needs to be corrected, not the rules. You need to change, not the rules. The rules are there for a reason.
Yeah, if you don't
Prop
use it.
firms are going to make you do everything that's going to help you become a professional trader and to help save your account. And they're going to let you do everything that's going to ultimately blow your account. What are 97% of people screaming for? Less rules, less rules. Come on. And what do 97% of people don't get? Payouts.
Rules are there to protect you.
Certain rules. I think that certain rules are there. Yes, the rules for the prop firms are there in order to in order to protect the account, which is what most people don't want. But I think ultimately speaking, I do think the rules are there to protect you. Yes and no, but that's a conversation for another day.
I think if people put a different word on it, they'd probably change their mentality around what it actually means to have rules.
Correct.
Like it's the minute I started, like, I had someone ask me yesterday, but like the minute I started like turning the corner as a trader is when like my own like process and like portfolio of accounts like started having more structure. So it's like
Correct.
these prop firms are like giving you rules, but like if you look at it in a way that's like structure, and then you structure your portfolio and your accounts around that structured prop firm, like
Yes.
you're probably going to see a lot more success. Like,
One hundred
and
percent.
I personally feel like I have, like, instead of just, solo trading accounts, full
Correct.
sending them, like a structure gives you balance and like confidence.
Correct. I can definitely say that whenever I hated the rules, I was never profitable. Whenever I embraced the rules and I said, man, you know what? Okay. So 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 my largest day cannot be anything more than 30 to 50%. Well, back then it was 30, but 50% of the entire account balance whenever I'm trying to request. So what does that mean? That means that if I request a payout, that means that if I'm trying to withdraw money, my largest day and my account balance is $3,000, my largest day made cannot be more than $1,500. I think that that's reasonable. I seriously think that's reasonable, guys. I'm being dead serious, guys. If you make $1,500 in a day and you can't, and you're trying. Oh, guys, if you make $2,000 in a day and for the entirety of however long you were trading, you could only make $1,000 for God knows how many days. What does that tell somebody? Would you hire that person? If you were the CEO of a company, would you hire that person? Yes or no? If you send, if you hired somebody and the employee walked in and you said, I want you to send 100 emails, and on day one, they sent 70, and you were like, man, this is really good. I made a good decision. And you came back and you checked up on that employee 2 weeks later, and you were like, hey, man, the clients are getting upset. Did you send out those 30 emails? I gave you a 2 week deadline, and they were like, dude, what you getting your panties up in the wall for? Hoover? Come on, man. What you getting your panties up on the wall for? I sent 70 emails on the first day. I've been sending one a day for like the last 3 weeks. I'll get to it in like, dude, I'll get to it in like another 2 months. What would you say to that employee? You'd be like, wait, what? If they just came out the bat swinging. Or would you rather hire an employee that goes, man, you know what? I'm going to do 25 emails on the first day, 20 on the second day, 5 on the next day. I'm going to rest on the fourth day and do nothing. Then the next day I might do one, and then I might do the fifth, 10 on the next day, 20 the next, 30 the next. Which employee would you rather hire? Hmm. If you, for one brief second, said, bro, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I want the employee that sends out 70 emails and that doesn't send out any more, or that can that burns out in the beginning and then can only send out one email a week afterwards and runs past the deadline and never gets there. Because who cares, bro? I'm running a company. Who cares, man? Who cares? The employee should be able. The employee should be able to do whatever the hell they want to do. Less rules. You need to log off the screen right now. And you need to block me. Our journey ends here. You need to log off the screen right now and block me. And you need to forget everything that I've just told you, including all of the money that you just been seeing us make. Who cares, bro? Just let the employees do whatever the hell they want to do. No rules. Come on. Come on, man. What you tripping about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? I don't even know where that's from. My dad keeps saying that. My mom not keeps. My dad said that before. I don't even know where that's from. Where's that from? What you talking about, Willis? Where's that from? I know one of y'all know. Where's that from? Is that from like the Boondocks or something? It sounds like it's from like the Boondocks. That's what it sounds like. What you talking about, Willis? I don't even know where that's from. Let me stop my rant. They're goofing around and going sideways. goofing around right now and going sideways. Um, what you talking about, Willis?
ES just swept a high from Tuesday.
Jesus, this is bullish.
And SPX. And SPX is tapping into a daily right now.
I'm not gonna put the arrow here, but this, I'm unsure that they do this. I don't think that they do this today. Gary Coleman. Oh yeah, that's where it's from. Anyone else worth 708, 701 to 7826? Do a giveaway to shortly. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that.
Remember, this is so all those like SPX just swept more liquidity, ES just swept more liquidity, and this is QQQ and NQ's first time tapping into the first presented after it swept liquidity last time because they didn't tap into it. Only ES and SPX did on that first dump. We've got a lot of reasons to reject from this area.
Yeah, from this 5. And we just swept this. This ES is bullish off the chain. Time step 11:13. 30 minutes until safety. Oh shit. Okay, I'm good. test limit order.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
You think they'll take that trend line out, or is it too steep? That is way too steep. Yeah, nah, no one's gonna believe that. Needs to be a little bit less. This isn't too steep. But that's a pipe stream. They've only touched it twice. They want to go higher with this market and not lower. Look it to me like they want to take this SPX up to the zone to fill this gap. That's what it's looking like. Be on alert. Filled that gap today. They want to go higher, not lower. What's gonna come down for this? Still working on passing an account, but I'm up 500. Good job. Good job, D. Great job, sir. There's no indication telling me that they're going to go lower. Right now, it's just speculation that they want to go lower. There is nothing compelling them to go lower. They could just squeeze this higher indefinitely. Like, they don't have to go any lower. Here, when I shorted it here, there was something compelling them to go lower. That's why they went lower. There's nothing telling them, hey, I want to go lower. That's why they're going higher. There's nothing saying, hey, I have to go lower. This is a perfect double top on this ES up here at 75, 70, 75. I'm going to assume that they're going to eclipse this somehow, some way. That's what I'm going to assume. Right here. This is a double top. Now it's only separated by 5 candles, but still. So that's what I'm going to assume. Because why would I assume that the trend's going to change unless they show me something differently? It makes no sense for us to guess. The only thing that's going to make them potentially go lower is the fact that they just swept this and they just did a full-blown Judas swing. They dumped this market, took out this low, and then they did another Judas swing. They did 3 Judas swings this morning, so they're probably going to chill out. That's the only logical thing on this. But that's just mere speculation. They dumped it here, Judas swing up here in a straight line and liquidated everybody. And then they dumped it down in a straight line with no pullback and then swept this low over here that you're seeing right over here. And then once they did that, then they bounced it, pulled it back, which was the only short that I took. And then they liquidation squeezed it past this zone and then took out this high right over here and blew everybody's accounts. So likely just based off of just pure logic, everyone's just done. So there's a chance that they might just do this and just come lower and then do something like this. They've done A to Z price action, and the timestamp now is only 11:18 on a day with no crazy news drivers. It's just gap fill Thursday. My journal says expect time distortion for today. Why? Because they did a lot of things yesterday. So I'm not going to expect them to be doing nothing crazy today. So if you made your money today, you need to walk away. You've been warned. not the day to goof around with them. Well, yesterday was not, but today is just they're going to be goofing around with you. Please be on alert. This is serious. This is not a joke. They're meandering around. They're just goofing around. They are. They pop that high and they're rejecting from this 5 minute sibby.
Looks like he's gonna drop some.
Yes, I could see that. Is that a double top? No, it's not because the indicator doesn't say so. If it was a double top across both asses, then I would assume that this is going to hold and they were going to squeeze this. But they could leave a double top like this, like under a pair. Like this is only separated by like 3 or 4 candles here. This is nothing. So this could almost be considered one serious inflection point. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 candles separating now. It's a double top, yeah, but it's not something. It's not like the one from yesterday. Where the one from yesterday was like this. It's not this. The more candles are in between a double top or a triple top or a triple bottom, the stronger the drawn and when it displays from it, the stronger the drawn liquidity it is towards it. Listen to what I just told you, please. When's your birthday? I know our question out of nowhere. September. I mean, I got no issues with telling people because you can look it up online. Literally, like if you just Google my name, you probably find it. So it's September 18th. Kids that don't pull at the high got rated. Kids with bigger balls had a second chance. Yeah, this is a double top. I'm going to assume this is going to be taken out until proven otherwise. Hey, my birthday is this month on the 18th. 18 twins. Yes, sir. Yeah, Moops. What's up, brother? Twinsies. Okay, so coming up, we having a party in Vegas. Man, my homeboy just invited me to Vegas yesterday. As a matter of fact, I told him I got several things I got to handle. I wouldn't mind going to Vegas. It's been a while since I went to Vegas. Last time I was in Vegas I was like 16, so I couldn't have no fun. I was there for a basketball tournament.
Yeah, last time I was I was in Vegas. It was for 3 days. Went to see the Grateful Dead concert. Last one they ever played. It's a Silver Bowl.
Oh wow.
Steve Miller opened.
Seriously, I live in Vegas and I still don't have fun. Oh, it's boring here. No, Vegas is very boring outside of like that 2 or 3 mile strip. But once you live there, it's just like, honestly speaking, for the people that I know that are around Vegas or that live in Vegas, they go, bro, that place is annoying, and it's always hot here.
Yep. Yeah. I wouldn't want to live there. 3 days was not for me. And I've been there a couple times in the military.
Look at it. Check out this high. I was telling you, look at that double top. That was just a clips. You see what the indicator's saying? The indicator said it was getting ready to go higher, so they went higher. My 21st, so I guess I can get rid of my fake now. You're right. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I don't drink a party. It's only 110 right now. 110 right now. Exact. Oh my goodness. That is deathly hot. 110 degrees.
That's hot.
Crazy. Wow. Yeah. I don't drink and I don't smoke either. So, like, if I go to a place, maybe once a month, I might drink like some wine or something. I might have like a mojito or something. But other than that, nah. I really don't drink like at all. Like I'm just like, but I only do that like a
Mm.
social event, maybe
I
once a
don't
month or
drink at
something.
all either.
Yeah.
I
So
haven't drank
so
God
yeah. So yeah, like
20 some
so yeah,
years.
going to Vegas and just 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 downing straight shots of tequila is not something that would
Nah.
interest me. I don't even do that since I am on call most of the time. That is correct. Yeah, I know a few doctors, and I know for people that work in the medical industry and can't drink and you can't smoke. Discipline, but surprise, 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 that's what's required to have a job of privilege. Believe it or not, you have a job of privilege. Now you work very hard for that to be in that position. Don't don't don't
That's
get that confused.
damn right.
But that is a job of privilege. Most people would kill to be in that position. But most people want to be in that position, but they don't want the discipline of going, well, I can't drink and I can't smoke. And this ties into the lesson I was given earlier. People want to make 300, 250, 150, anywhere from 150 to $250,000 a year, like you're doing, right? But nobody wants to wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning and be on call for 48 hours, like how you told me yesterday. I remember what you told me, Sarah. I remember. Nobody wants to go to sleep at night with their phone next to their ear, knowing that they could be called into work at 7 a.m. in the 7 at 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 2 o'clock in the morning. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to
Yeah,
go. Well, I'm on
hospital
call,
shifts are
so
tough.
my friends or my girlies, as the woman would say, my girlies invited me out to go to the bar, and I can't get drunk with them. But so everyone wants to make 300,000, 250,000 a year, but no one wants to go. Man, you know what? I have to have the discipline. I have to have the discipline. So I can't go with my girlies or my boys and get plastered drunk or smoke all day. Like how a guy who makes who like how a guy who's unemployed can do. But I want the unemployed rules and regulations, but I want to make $300,000 a year. It's absolutely mind-boggling, and that's what people are begging for. You know, I'm being dead serious. You can't have one without the other. And by
Nope,
the
you must.
time,
You have
eh,
to make concessions. You know.
correct. And here's the deal. And before I close out this statement, I'm going to end this small rant that led into another small rant over the course of like the last hour. I'm going to end it with this. You can have one without the other. Yes, you can. I have friends that have one without the other now. But by the time you get to the point to where you can have one without the other, you're not going to want to live like that. Listen to what I just told you. You can't have one without the other in the beginning. So you need to build the habits and the consistency and the discipline to get to that point. But once you get to the point to where you have fuck you money or F you money, or you can do whatever you want to do, you're not going to want to do whatever you want to do. Because you're going to be why? Because you're
I
going to
can
be indoctrinated.
I can vouch for that.
You said what?
Said I can vouch for that.
Correct. Because it's going to feel normal for you and you're going to see how beneficial it was to you into your life. So you're not going to want to delve back into chaos. I'm being dead serious. Once you see how good you feel and once you see how healthy that you are from eating remotely healthy and from going on walks and see that you lost those 30 or 40 pounds, why would you go back and go, well, dude, screw all that. I know what I was doing for the last 2 years. In order to finally get to this point, I've been working, man. I've been busting my butt for the last 3 years to finally accomplish this, and I finally did it. And you know what? I'm gonna go back to eating 12 packs and 12 count of Krispy Kreme donuts every night before bed, and eating cheeseburgers every single day with truffle fries doused in oil every single day, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and I'll wash it down with a non-diet soda every day. Why would you do that? You're not going to do that. You're going to be like, well, you know, I might, like I might not eat a kale salad every day, but you know what? I'll still eat it. Maybe like 2 or 3 times a week, and instead of me eating fried, instead of me, sticking to my vegetarian diet, I might go to a pescatarian diet. But you're still going to have some level of discipline. If you want to have a cheeseburger, you're going to ask for, you know, maybe get a cheeseburger with maybe not with fries, maybe a salad on the side. You're still going to have some level of discipline. You're not just going to just delve back into chaos. That's not going to happen. And if you do, then you're going to be right back to where you were before, and you understand that. You want to know why? Because people that finally got there, they understand how hard it was to get there, and they don't want to go back. So they're not going to do the thing that they know is going to send them back. That's why. Discipline is earned, not given to you overnight. That is correct. I'm gonna stop with that rant. I work with the FFA. I can't smoke. Exactly. I'm hedging that. Man, they about to go lower with this market, and they keep on rejecting this. It looks to me as if they might try and target this right over here. We need to watch this. This market's looking like it might try and start rolling over here. What's going on with this? I wonder how serious they are about this. Look at this market just push higher and higher nonstop. Are they trying to come up here and fill this gap? Timestamp 11:30. Man, this NQ is looking bullish as hell. NQ is trying to squeeze and ES is trying to go lower. They're doing the opposite again now. I know that NQ did not take out that that New York high. I know that. So I know it's an SMT. But I'm looking at the candles side by side, and NQ is trying to squeeze, and look at the ES trying to go lower. So right now, this second, they're diverging. But overall, NQ is more bearish, but NQ is looking like it's trying to liquidation squeeze to this moon. I'm being dead serious. That's what this is looking
Yo,
like.
E, is
Is
Bullock
who?
Trade Evade or no?
Is who?
Bullock's compatible with Trade Evade.
No, Bullinox is not compatible with TradeAvate, but you can trade Bullinox on TradingView or on NinjaTrader. You can do that. You can, but you're gonna just have to create a free demo account. You're gonna have to pay for the for the for the for the for the TradeAvate demo account to have live market data. So that's how I'm trading my Bullinox accounts on NinjaTrader and on TradingView. This is looking like to me like they're about to potentially roll this over. I'm gonna short this on 3.
Order filled.
Matt, whatever you get, just make sure you get a few TPTs, bro, and put them on the back of those other evals and pretend like they're not there.
That's what you use, TBT?
Yeah, TPT's dope. It's a little their systems and like their website's a little outdated, bro, but like their payouts like are approved pretty quick, man. They pay out like I had to worry about nothing. And bro, if you get the 25Ks give you 1,500 drawdown, so almost the same amount as a 50K, and you only got to make 1,500 instead of 3,000. You get 5 of them bad boys stacked on top of each other, bro. To the buffer of 1,500, bro. It's lights out.
And what's the max payout, and then what
Max
the
payout,
buffer's 1,500? So
I've made like 10K in the last like 30 days off like 1 to 2 accounts. Blew one, got one back, and I haven't got any emails. But the thing is, as long as you don't make over like 10K in one trade or one day, they don't. I have got no inclination or seen nothing about them moving you live. Like I guess eventually, if you just keep rinsing them, they'll take it. But I think it's like if you make over 10K in a trade, they're gonna move you to live.
and you only use the 25Ks, or
One of the account, like I got 225Ks at buffer right now. My latest account that just was like 6 or 7
They're about to squeeze.
K last month was the 50K, but I've used both.
They're about to go higher with this.
and the price of them is pretty good, or
It's like I think the 50Ks are like what are they with the no fee? I think it's like 90. So it's not it's a little bit more expensive. That's why I say like if you get some of those cheap evals, like they're 50%, like the 25Ks are 750 is obviously 50%, but um it's a little bit
That's
more
first
expensive for
percent.
sure, but they're worth it, bro.
They want to go lower. They don't want to go higher. They want to go lower. They want to attack. But
They
it's
also
easy
don't
to
have
see.
activation fee.
Watch out. Zay, it's done. I made you a mod. So, but yeah, but please only ban the people that say gold TP stop loss or buy or sending the first 10 people $10,000 that message me and say God did. Those kinds of people.
Man, bro,
They're about to squeeze
the
and they're
issue
about to
with
go higher. They're about to squeeze and they're
the
about to go
issue with
higher.
Apex moving me live is, bro, I've been reading some things and
They're about to
like
squeeze us and
it
they're about
could
to go
take a
higher.
couple weeks for them to activate the live accounts. So I gotta sit here on my hands for God knows how long.
They're about to squeeze us.
And I took a options call just a little bit ago, and then I walked into a coffee shop. It went up $2,400, and by the time I pulled my phone back out, I was only up 800. What a fucking disaster!
Sorry, that was funny. I'm sorry. The way you just said that was funny. It's not funny that you.
Yeah.
I mean, you still made money,
Bro,
but that's not.
yeah, I still made
It's not
100%
funny.
on my
Obviously,
money, but bro, it would have
obviously,
been
because you
like
first presented.
330% was what the peak was. And I pulled my phone out. I was like, this typical. What
What
can and will?
what
What's that thing that says what
what
can go
what?
wrong will go wrong or some shit like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Uh,
I
what
think that's
ticker?
that's.
What ticker did you trade?
I was on the queues.
Q's.
I
Yeah.
yeah, I bought the
What was your
options.
strike
They're about to
price?
squeeze us and they're about to go higher.
What was your
Hang on,
strike? What was your strike price?
ES needs to roll over, but ES, and so ES, if ES dumps from the zone, this is getting ready to dump. But NQ is trying to squeeze and go higher. That's why I had to go break even. And I don't think the NQ is ready to roll over right now. I think the NQ is about to squeeze and go higher.
I bought in
They're
at like
reading this.
I'm driving right now, but I bought in right around like 722, and then that's when it flashed down to 716,
Oh wow.
and then it started to go up. So I
Yeah,
kind of I was a couple minutes late, like 2 minutes late, bro.
yeah. So you took a put on that.
Yeah, yeah.
Good job. You know, next time you'll pay attention.
Look at this weird pattern.
Or
If
at
they
least set
invert,
an
if
alert.
they inverse that, if they inverse this first presented SIBI, this market's going to squeeze and go to the moon. So this is actually the perfect entry in order for them to take this out, in order for them to go to 848, and then for them to tap into that 15-minute BISI to go lower. This is actually the perfect zone for them to do so. Just so you know. So honestly speaking, like if they dump this, then they're going to come here to the zone. I'm being dead serious. So honestly speaking, this might be like a 200 tick short. To be honest with you, how many ticks is that for me to make $200 for this day? 140 ticks. Here. Maybe 140. They're about to squeeze it to go higher though. We're in positive HVL, so 140 ticks is a steep price to ask for. If they squeeze and go higher, I'll go break even and I'll just reevaluate. Hold on. Hold on. Where's my break even? Last time. Okay, I had to make sure I had a buy stop there. My buy stop is still there. I'm gonna watch you guys. I'll be right back because I gotta go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. My buy stop is right there, so when they trigger it, they just trigger it. All right. So, as a matter of fact, I shouldn't walk away on a trade because some weird stuff happen. Like they'll trigger this and then they'll dump this, and then like what happens is like if they dump it, then I'll be entering into a long as they're dumping it, and then I'll be in the opposite position from where I think they're getting ready to go. They just inversed that first percentage just now, and then they started dumping it. They're acting very weird. Yeah, I feel like they dump it into that 15 timestamp 1139. Look, NQ just flipped bearish because ES is trying to squeeze right now to go higher, and NQ just dumped. NQ is about to squeeze and go higher. Why? Because ES is going parabolic, so they are going to take the trade out of break even. Unfortunately, ES is going parabolic again. ES just does not care. NQ just flipped bearish, and ES is trying to squeeze to go parabolic, and NQ is trying to dump. But ES is going to force this past this high though. I can see it. When they go break even, with some water, break even. They just went break even on this, and now they came back to come tag me, and now they're probably getting ready to dump this. Watch. But I got to take at least a 1 or 2 minute break and reevaluate because they came back to come stop it out. So I have to think, why did they do that? I'll be right back in 60 seconds. I mean, I shorted it in. I mean, I could have taken a base hit of 90, 100 ticks, but not on 3 micros. I need at least, for me, I need at least 100 to 120 ticks on 3 micros. So I'm trying to make $200 a day. I'll be right back. $200 per account. I'll be right back. I think NQ going to 918. What's up there?
We missed that. I don't know if you called that out, but ES has kind of been like ES SPX been kind of like leading the way. I feel like most of the day, and that high it was just at was 75.75 flat.
Repeat what you just said, please.
Saying I don't know if you called that out. I know I didn't see that until just now, but that ES and like SPX has kind of been like leading the way the whole day. It seems like, and that high that it was just at that it came in tagged was 75.75 flat.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I see that. Yeah, 75 flat, exactly. That was a perfect number. That's exactly what they did. They want to squeeze and go parabolic. This is bullish and not bearish. The Lululemon went green. Nvidia is only down 1.2% when it was down 2.5% earlier. Microsoft is back to break even when it was down 2% earlier. Everything is bouncing. Amazon is back to break even. AMD is up 7%. ASML is up 4%, and ON Semiconductor is up 9%. The semis are bouncing. That's why the market is green. So it's heading up. high of this candle was 722 on the exact dot at the top of this rally. I don't think that they leave that unrepaired. The high of this rally is 722 on the dot. That does not scream short me. That gap fill not far away. Yeah, they're aiming for it. They would do the, can you imagine them doing the unthinkable? Come up here, tease this, gap fill Thursday, and then come here? This is exactly where they're trying to come to now, Grant. They've activated this magnet. They're now within spitting distance, and now, right now, as it stands on this candle, heading into the 1150 macro, they're going to add, they're now asking themselves this question. We've come this far. Why should we come this far to only come this far? But that question does not make me go, well, I'm going to buy the top of this nosebleeding rally. That question just makes me go, well, I can see where they're going, so maybe I shouldn't jump in front of that moving train. Maybe they should prove it to me that they're going to do something else before I guess that they're going to do something else that they're not doing. So minute by minute, I'm going to wait until I get more pieces of this picture, or until I see something to the contrary. And then a lot of times, by the time that they do that, by the time that that's realized, then I see what they're getting ready to do, and then they do it, and then I align with something else. You need to watch out for this. Can you believe that? They're aiming for this gap fill. Judas swing. Love your mindset, brother. Keep pushing. Thanks, Gigi. Thank you. That means a lot. Why did they come this far to only come this far? Is what I'm asking myself. But should I full port this and buy the top of a nosebleeding rally? Absolutely not. You need to watch out for this. Look at this trend line. I'm going to delete this alert. This trend line is going to come into play. I'm telling you it is. I know for a fact it is. That trend line is going to come into play sooner or later. And this. Do we have a 1-2, I believe, or no? What is that? Here. They're about to dump this. I can see them dumping this, but the unfortunate part about this is this. The unfortunate part of this riddle is this. What time is it? What time is it? Jeez. Are we asleep at the helm? TikTok, what time is it? Discord, what's going on? Okay, I see Trey, 10:50. 11:50. 11:47. 11:50 macro, exactly. So that tells me that if I press this short button, even though I can see what they're doing, I'll probably, especially for in this environment, 140, 150 ticks, I have about a 5 to 8% chance of succeeding if I press this button. So if they do dump it, then they dump it. Great, it's bearish. Then maybe I can short it on the pullback because now I have confirmation. If I short this ahead of schedule and I jump this gun here, I'll lose from right now until arguably 12:10 potentially. I will lose. There is a 92 to 95% chance I will lose, or I will get break even. 92 to 95%, I'll probably say. I don't like those odds, and I think that I can wait for something else to materialize. Lunch, dog. Exactly. It is the 11:50 macro COD. Lay almost to the top of the hour. That is the 11:50 macro. We don't do it. That is correct. We don't do that. We see what happens from 11:45 until about 12:10. You saw what happened yesterday. We don't do that. We don't do things that are dangerous. Longing it right now is also dangerous because it's a trend liner, and because that means that you will be buying the HOD. I know for a fact that some people are going, well, you don't know what you're talking about. QQQ is not at the HOD. The ES is at the HOD. And if ES goes, I don't want to be at the HOD anymore, QQQ is going to go to hell with it. So opening up a position right now, I'm not going to say it is the most dangerous thing you can do, but it is something that I would not do. What I think that the most dangerous thing you can do is short this. And what I would not do is open up a long position. Those are not, those are two separate statements. Just because you wouldn't open up a long position doesn't mean that you should short it. Listen to what I just told you. Because most people go, okay, if if you wouldn't short this, then that means I should long this, then, right? No. The most important position that you could ever have as a professional trader is no position at all. Knowing what not to do is far more important than knowing what to do. Because everybody wants to know what to do, but nobody wants to learn, hey, maybe I shouldn't, maybe that's not a good idea. Everybody can make probably $500 to $1,000, but nobody wants to go, maybe I should stop today. Maybe trading any more for the rest of the day isn't a good idea. But no, yet you log onto that screen and you keep on pressing that button. Why? Because you think you know what to do. And then the market tells you what you shouldn't be doing. But most of y'all don't listen. So you go, well, maybe today, maybe next time. Sitting on my hands says that is exactly what I'm going to do. It is the 11:50 macro at the HOD, and they're flashing a trend line up at the HOD. So they could squeeze this higher into oblivion. I think that this is perfect. Why so? I want them to go higher because if they come up here and fill this gap and it aligns with the 11:50 macro ending, guess what I now am going to start having confidence in? That along this way of them doing this to come up here and fill this, I will now have confidence that I can then begin to target the sell side, the internal sell side liquidity to the downside. If they once they complete this objective, or if they do. If they don't complete this objective and then they hurt everybody over here, and then they do something like this, then on the bounce, I'm going to consider shorting it, or I'm going to consider longing it. But I'm not going to make a decision right here in this zone right now. That's what I'm not going to. You can't, because I don't know what your strategy is. You might be trading a 1 hour BISI or a 1 hour FVG. I don't know what you're looking at. I'm just letting you know what I'm looking at. Why? Because no one can force you to press that button other than yourself. I hope that they squeeze this and take this higher so that this trend line can come into play. That's what I'm looking. That's what I'm hoping for. I could see it. They're monkeying around with this, meandering around with this trend line. This is going to come into play. I'm trying to tell you. Trust me, they're not going to leave that not disrupted. But the unfortunate part is when they snap this, you're probably not going to be able to participate because it's going to align with the market going lower during the 11:50 macro. You don't long the 11:50 macro at the HOD of the candle. You can, but that's not advised. Because I understand what the model says, and I understand it's an 80 to 85% chance of it going higher and you actually winning out. And I understand the safety net, blah, 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 blah. But that does not defeat the core principles, the founding father rules, which is why would I buy the top? Why would I or why would I short the bottom? You don't do that. If your strategy calls for you to buy the HOD, you need to reconsider that strategy. You need to potentially reconsider that as far as the longevity of that. Because a lot of times that's going to cause you to get boofed on. There are breakout strategies that work, but breakout strategies work primarily, and from what I've seen, they need to be designed for you to be out on the break. When it breaks, you need to be out. Not, oh, we just broke out, so I'm going to buy. That's why you get caught holding the bag. You need to be out on the break. How many brokers do you have? It depends. Are you talking? What do you mean, like live brokers? I got damn near half a dozen. I got crypto brokers, but I'm not really using those as much. I really don't use those. I got live account brokers. I got Tradeovate, which is NinjaTrader. I got for my stock portfolios. I have Charles Schwab. Yeah, I mean that's a very big question. I also have who's this other one? Not them. I have AMP, my live broker. Prop firms. What question do you mean by that, Sonny? You win some, you lose some, but you lived another day. Up $1,100, calling it a day. You should definitely be done, Dev. Good job. I'm proud of you. You've been stacking days together, man. Good job. I think they're about to dump this. I think that they're gearing up to at least snap this and come lower. I would not long this. I do not think this is seriously bullish, and I think that the only reason why they're hanging this out over here is to potentially come up in here, but they don't have to come here. They can come here tomorrow. They don't have to come here. They already completed the one objective that they have to do. They do not have to come into the zone, so only God. Everyone is looking at this. This would hurt a crap load of people, yeah, but they don't have to come there. I am not operating under that notion. That gap fill Thursday, yeah. That model says so, but they're going to have to prove this one to me right here.
You're not moving enough for me to
They're going
risk
sideways.
the
They're
risk,
trying to determine what they want to do.
because the reward won't be worth it.
That is correct. They're trying to determine what they want to do. They're going sideways right now, and they're trying to figure out right now, do they want to override this? Well, they basically snapped this trend line just now. They basically just did that, just so you know. So I'm going to delete this. They're trying to determine right now if they want to override this market's programming by dumping it at the 1150 macro this one time to confuse you. They want to determine if they want to dump this right now or if they want to squeeze this and then fulfill the 1150 macro model and then maybe save it for another 1150 macro to where they don't go higher. Are they going to do this 100% of the time for the last 7 trading days in a row? That's what they're trying to figure out right now. Because sooner or later, they have to dump it for the 1150 macro. So in my brain, I'm going, well, why not do it right now? Should we up at the HOD? But right now, they're trying to decide, do they want to squeeze it and then come here for this 1150 macro? Or do they want to dump this? Because I think it's 50-50, I'm not going to place that wager. I'm not going to do that. I am going to wait. If it wasn't the 1150 macro, I may have taken my chances with that trend line. I'm not going to do that right now. And they're just pulling this back like this, and the market is in the same exact spot it was 20 minutes ago. They're just slowly bleeding it out like this. This is a dangerous pattern to be goofing around with. I was just wondering, because when you place a trade, you said you trade on multiple accounts. Correct. I'm trading on Apex. So you asked me my prop firms. Great question. So I'm trading on Apex and Bullinox. The prop firms. Hold on, you can see them right there. Can you not see the name? Let me see. Yeah, right there. It says it right there. It literally says Apex. You see it? It says connection. See that? Those are the Apex funded accounts. and then the one at the bottom of the screen is the other login, my information on my copy trader, my trade copia. Great question, sir.
Hey, E, you like Tradecopia better than Replicano?
Trade copia, its accuracy is better than Replicano. It is. So I've been using them both, and trade. Now you're not gonna really be able to tell the difference between the two. But but Replicano, it might be off by like a few cents. So like if you look at the Apex accounts, those are at like the profit on those is 140.88. Then the other one is at like 133.38. And then and like the
Yeah,
others are at 133.38. And then like the Bullinox is 145.50. And one of them is at 148. So like it might be off by like a dollar. With the
yeah.
Trade Copia, it is like not only is it by the microsecond, which is what TradeSync, which is what Replicano is. Trade Copia is literally is like it is instant. Like there is no discrepancy. Like it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, there's no lag between accounts.
There's zero lag. There's really no lag with Replicano. So I still like
Yeah,
Replicano the best because I don't think that in the beginning we should be spending $50 a month to be able to copy trade. I don't think so. I mean,
no.
yeah,
It's a
I
lot of
don't.
money.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that we should be doing that. But I don't mind spending that because that's just to me that's just the cost of doing business right now as a profitable trader. So I don't care about the cost of a service as long as the cost of the service is is more fruitful and as long as it pays for itself.
Right, right.
Yeah, literally in one trade or in one day, I literally pay for oh, dude, for one pay, dude, I pay for 100 lifetimes of this membership. So I don't care about the $50 for me personally. But
Yeah,
but if I had to choose, Trade Copia is better. But if I had to recommend, I recommend Replicano because if anyone has $120, you need to invest that $120 and just get the Replicano, so that you don't have to
yeah,
so that you can save money in the long run. We need to start thinking in the future in like future terms, because
yeah.
after
'Cause I have
yeah,
Replicano, and I noticed slight discrepancies.
slight
But
discrepancy, yeah, because after 3 months you pay well after 2.5 months for sure to 3 months you done paid way more than what you would have for a lifetime membership with a Replicano. Lifetime membership is 120.
yeah, yeah. I bought the lifetime.
Yeah, but so but but that's just me. That damn trade copy is whew, something else. But you also, but if you don't, but so if you don't have a Mac, I'm sorry, if you don't have a PC and if you have a Mac, then you need Tradecopia or you need TradeSyncer. Is that called Replicano? Replicanto. Canto, I think. I think that's what
Yeah,
Canto.
Replicano.
Not Canto. I think it's
Yes,
Canto, son. I think so. Yeah, yo, with a T in there.
yes, you're correct.
Um, so, so yeah, what was I getting ready to say?
I'm talking about trade copy.
Yeah. They're squeezing us and they're still going higher from this 1150 macro. That's exactly what I'm talking about. This market is just programmed to go higher. You don't ever short that. Okay, guys, listen. Who thinks that they come up here and fill this gap? If you think they come up here and fill this gap, can you please send a two inside the chat, inside Discord and inside TikTok? Do you think that they come up here and do you think that they fill this for this 1150 macro, or do you think that they dump this? I want to know what your brain is thinking. This is training. This is psychological training. I want to know if you think that you should short this. If you're going, bro, no, bro, this is bearish. Send a one. Like if you don't see that. Okay, so they're saying two. Zay says two. Chick says two. Sony says two. I wouldn't short that. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah,
Nope. I think it's gonna fill the gap.
I wouldn't short this either. They want to go higher. I'd wait for the pullback then long. I wouldn't do that. I think they're getting ready to come up here and fill this gap, and I think it's about to drive this NQ here higher, and NQ is about to burst this high. And then once they do that, then they're getting ready to start working on this. Does anybody see what I'm seeing here? Do you see that? What what does that look like to you guys? This is a teaching lesson for anybody that may be new. If you know what this is, then you know what this is. What does that look like to you? Does that scream long it? LR, exactly. Heading into a 15-minute Mississippi up there above head. They're engineering us to dump.
That's what I believe.
Look at what they're doing. NQ is trying to run this LRL. Look at this LRLR. Look at this pattern. That's dangerous. Timestamp 1211. They're so close to this. It's like I want to short this with this LRLR, but they are so close to it. It's like, why would they not? Drink some water. Yeah, I might have to. What's like, why would they not go there? It's like, why would they not go there to the zone? Like, why would they not send this market to the zone? I'm going to short this on 3 micros, and I'm gonna be willing to build into
Order
this.
filled.
I'm going to short this on 3 micros, and then I'm going to try and just take 100 ticks on this trade with this 6 point volume balance lower and this LRLR pattern. I think, ultimately speaking, that they want to go higher. I do. But the 1150 macro is not over. There's a 6 point volume balance over here on this QQQ, and I think they might flash dump this, snap this trend line, and then go higher. Ultimately speaking, though, they're trying to go higher. So if you think it's a safer bet, then don't jump inside this trade. Imagine liquidity sweep into a 1209. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That is literally exactly what I'm thinking right now. Here, 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 and then them flashing this is what I'm looking at. And then them doing something like this. I think that they still want to go higher because I'm thinking, why did they come this far to only come this far? But there's a 6 point volume balance over here. I also need to understand how this can hurt me. This can hurt me because SPX is trying to come here to the zone. So I am technically speaking, I am jumping a gun on this. I am. This trade is a lot more risky than the others.
Yes, 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 it is.
Timestamp 1213. And on top of that, they didn't touch this 15-minute sip. It's probably best I cut this trade or go break even. or get out of here. Why? Because I could see them very well getting ready to squeeze us to go higher. But it is the 12 weight lunch week. This market's about to squeeze and go fill this gap. They're about to squeeze this and go fill this gap. This ES is about to squeeze and go fill this gap. This SPX is. The only reason why they go lower is because of that volume imbalance. There's nothing compelling them to go. There's nothing compelling them to go lower. They want to go higher, not lower. They want to come here. They want to come here. They want to come here. But you see what NQ's trying to do? NQ's trying to dump it. NQ's trying to come here. But SPX is trying to squeeze to go higher. Best I go break even. That's not.
Order submitted.
NQ wants to come there. So I'm just taking small jabs with this. NQ wants to go lower, but ES is trying to go higher. Trust me when I try to tell you, NQ is trying to dump past the zone. But SPX wants to come here to this high. And I think it's going to force the market to come here. That's what my brain's
Order
telling me.
canceled.
So I just don't think that it's ready. That's why I went break even. It's not ready. It wants to come into the zone. They've made a decision. It's just not ready. We can play this a little bit later. We can play this little riddle a little bit later. Trust me. They'll give you more opportunity. It's okay. Another break even. Yeah, I'm still grinding up on the SPY. And then on top of that, they didn't touch this 15-minute SIBI yet. And they didn't pop this damn high. I'm working on trying to get things together for it. Look at that. They're about to come into the 6-point volume balance. NQ is, so help me God, this NQ is trying to dump to come here. But this SPX I think this SPX wants this. I just don't think it's ready right now.
Nah, I tried to get in. As soon as I was down $12, I just closed the trade.
They're right up here at this high.
I'm not going to force any more trades, as long as it keeps doing this up and down, up and down.
They're about to dump this and come to the zone right now. They're about to go right now, fam. They're about to roll this over and they're about to dump this to come fill this right now. And take this straight to this TP that I was looking at. They're about to go literally right now. I'm being dead serious. Timestamp 12:18. They're done goofing around with the charade. 90 ticks to the downside is here. short this though, this will hurt me because this SPX about to squeeze past this zone. I can see where NQ is getting ready to go, but SPX is going to mess this up. If I short this, SPX is going to mess this up because SPX is going to come into the zone. Do I wait for this, or do I take this trade right now, knowing that somehow, somewhere they're going to come here? Which one do
You're
I?
gonna take it. I'd wait. If you're gonna take it, I'd wait for this tap into the 1 minute that it's about to do.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'd definitely wait too.
So you'd wait for them to fill this gap at least, for them to at least make it clear on this SPX.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. I think that's what we should. Sarah says wait. I think we should too. 2 Discord members say wait. TikTok, if you think that we should wait, say wait. If you think that we should short this right now, say go. Say go. If you think we should wait and wait for this gap to be filled and then short it, say wait. If you think that we should short it right now this second, say go. Shapey says, man, wait. Okay, Blazing says wait. Sarah says wait. Don't tell me what to do, watchers. Full port shorty. Anon says go. So size is probably waiting now. Push the damn button, bro. Dean says from Discord. They're going to come here. It's just a matter of, do they go SPX gap fill first or do they come here? Jones says go. Gap fill third. Wait. Decisions. Decisiones. I'm afraid, but like sales. I said I'm afraid. She says I'm afraid. Wait, they BSing. You know these damn scammers town. Yeah, I think that the best decision to do. Jesse says gap fill Thursday. They already filled the gap. Jesse. Sean says wait. Shawnee says wait. Potato. Did you see my message inside of Discord? So you need to change your settings in order to DM me. I don't know if you saw it or not, but you need to change your settings in order to DM me. I sent this message out over here for you. Right over here. Look your screen. This right here. So if anyone has any DM issues, like if you're ever trying to DM me and like there's like an issue and it says you can't DM me, if you're inside Discord and you still can't DM me, it's because your settings are blocking you from contacting me. But look at them. ES and NQ are going in the opposite directions. Look, they're going in the opposite directions. Look, you can tell NQ wants to dump and come here. Look, you can see it, right? You can see that it wants to come here and look at the ES. Look, ES is going in the absolute opposite direction. That's how you know the true direction. That's how you know that you can read the markets correctly. And that's how you know that your intuition is correct. They're going in absolute opposite directions, but this right here is so strong, it's compelling the market to go higher. So you can be right that they want to go lower, and if you press this short button, if SPX squeezes into the zone, NQ is going to release and go higher. NQ is clearly trying to dump to come here and fill this. It wants to come here. It's trying its hardest. It's literally banging on the door, and it's saying, "Let me go, let me go, let me go right now. No, I want to go. No, I want to go. This LR, I want to dump. I want to go." And SPX is the big brother, and who owns the keys to the vehicle is going to be quiet and sit inside the passenger seat, or at a minimum, just wait until I get back. At a minimum, wait, because it's not going to go anywhere until this releases. That's why you need to be looking at cross assets. Because if you're just looking at NQ, you're going, well, this is a great short opportunity. But if you're not looking at SPX, and if you don't see this up here above head, you never would sit here and think, well, this is bullish. This is bullish off the chain. So you would probably short this and get stopped out. Bro, that picture of you with the jersey and me crying. Yeah, I know that was from me from school. they're about to come up here and fill this gap. I now think in my brain there's nothing to stop them from filling this gap. So I would not short this. Now in my brain is going, why did they come this far? Don't they come this far? Double tops on where? Yeah. Close, but this is still higher, but still though, yes. But this is just an immediate draw, but yes. I think that SPX is about to release and squeeze past the zone, then I think it'll be a decent short opportunity afterwards with the confirmation. And I think, honestly speaking, that we will be rewarded for waiting. Yeah, wait, I was talking about a base hit. Okay, good, Jones. No, to the left. Where? Say the number. I don't see him. Say the number. What's that, Joe? Look at this market. Man, is this trying to dump, boy? Look at this. It wants to dump so bad. I like how you read our messages. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I got to read them in a different voice. Because if I just read them in like my normal voice, people will be like, huh? I got to get some water on. People be like, huh? Yeah, 722.55. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that. If they come over here and fill this, then I'm going to think that they're going to stop and reverse. It's trying to come into the zone. We have no idea which one they're going to do first. They could very well squeeze this up here first and release this, and then they go lower. They want to dump. My favorite is when it goes, Yeah, I got that from this one dude that thought I was a scammer. He was like, we making money in here? Are we? I think his name was Mike or something. And they want to dump this and they want to come in and fill this 6-point volume imbalance. But look at this SPX. This SPX is like a juggernaut. They're about to release this. Do you have a mentor? Absolutely. This SPX is about to release. The only reason why I'm not showing this is because I can see where SPX is trying to go. Why did they come this far to only come this far? They're going to have to prove to me that they only want to come this far. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that they want to go that far. They're telling me that they want to go that far. So why would I assume that they don't? Why would I assume they don't want to go there? They're going to have to show me that they don't want to go there. I'm being that serious. I'm not even joking. Can you imagine how many people they would hurt if they if they do this gap fill? If they turn this market red like this for a brief second and then they liquidation and squeeze like this up here in a straight line, can you imagine how many people would say, man, this is a scam, I quit. Can you imagine how many people are shorting this on their cash account of like 100,000? They kept on adding, and now they're in like 20, 30 minis. And now they're down like 30, 40,000. Like they'll be liquidated. Like if they squeeze past the zone, they're about to dump this. This NQ was trying to come into the zone, boy, and I'm trying to tell you. But the risk to reward just is not there. Because the only way I can profit off this is if I go 10 micros. And then I can be out. That's the only way I can profit off of this trade where I can see where they're trying to go here. But if they go gap fill, then I lose on 10 micros. I will lose. I will legitimately lose. So it's best I just wait for it to be filled. So this trade is going to go straight to this TP, but without me. Look at the SPX. Just look at the SPX. Look. I think that when they fill this, that they're going to stop this and then start to curl this NQ, and then QQQ is getting ready to go to the moon. I'm sorry, the SPX is going to go to this moon, and SPX is about to liquidation squeeze to this high. That's what my brain's telling me right now. My brain's telling me that they're about to kill two birds with one stone right now. Margin calls, correct. I love you as a mentor, and I think you're definitely the greatest. Well, why should I choose you? Right. Look at that. Look at it. They took it straight to the zone that I was looking at. So this short idea that I took right here was correct, but it just stopped me out of break even. QQQ was never trying to go higher. That trade would have been perfect if I would have just held, but the danger up there above head was just too prevalent. Like now there's nothing to tell them to go lower. That indicator just now just told you they were trying to go lower. That indicator revealed every single time that they were seriously trying to go lower, and they did. Every single time that thing flashed anything above a 6 or anything above a 6, they came back for it. So that was that was the only opportunity you had to short it. Now look what they're doing now. You need to be putting 2 and 2 together and going, or if you're a girl, if you're a guy, and you need to be going, how can I figure out what's going on with that? Hey, are your bullet knocks 50K? Yeah, I only do 50Ks. Activation fee for bullet knocks is $148, but the accounts are $19. I'm paying $5,000 to the. Anyway, they're about to come into the zone. Nice, yeah. They're gearing this market up to squeeze higher. They want to go higher. This team block, bro. They want to go higher. They just filled that volume imbalance, and that was the only reason why I started they wanted to go lower at that point in time. I still think QQQ wants to go lower. I still do. But now I think that there's no reason on this why SPX just wouldn't come up here into the zone now. Before I thought they were going to dump it to come do this, but they just kept it sideways. SPX is trying to come up here and complete this coup de grace, the finishing blow. I'm telling you where SPX is trying to go now. I would not do anything contrary. What? We just hit the wire? My news wire said former Fed Chair Bersaki to oversight Trump. What are you saying? Former Fed Chair Ben Bernanke to oversee Trump. President Trump says Iran called him and said they want to make a deal so badly. That was 14 hours ago. Trump just posted a meme on Truth Social of a B-2 stealth bomber flying through the air and dropping bombs that are worth probably 10 to 15 million, $20 million a piece out of the B-2 bomber, and there's a band in the background singing to a tune, and it goes, "My country's got a feeling, bum, bum, bum." Hold on, I can just play it right now. Bomb, 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 Iran, bomb, 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 bomb. Oh, just got a feeling is the ceiling by my red bomb, 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 Iran. Time to bomb, time to turn Iran into the parking lot by my way is with the bomb, bomb, Iran. And you're sitting here trying to, it's not real. No, it's real. Because I don't think that this wire would lie on this. Let me double check it. I can't go to the Truth Social because I can see it myself, but I'll confirm. It's not real. Let's see. Oh, did it get me? Did they get me? Oh, they did. They got me. was getting ready to say he is the funniest person that I've ever come across. Okay, real dumb. Why is this True Social posting these bombs? What's going on with this? Hold on, because I got to scroll for the last 24 hours. So he's posting Iran dropping bombs. Okay, 19 hours ago, President Zelensky. That dude's a lie. That's a parody account. Wait, no, that's not. 11 hours ago. Hold on, let me double check this. Double check this. Let me double check this. If so, I was gonna say that is absolutely insanely hilarious. I don't care either way, but I think that would be insanely funny. The real Donald J. Trump. Mm. Nah, I don't see it on the True Social. If so, then they probably deleted it. Fake news. That's old. Oh, that's old? Oh, that's an old post? Yeah. So we did post it, but it's old. Cause I just don't. Cause I'm only looking over like the last 24 hours. I don't see it. But this is not a parody account, and he posted this. New York Times best-selling author. I don't think that he's lying, but it doesn't have a date attached to it. I'm not going to scroll past his social media to find it. The last conflict with Iran, I believe. Oh, that's what that was. Oh, okay. The last one. Okay, yeah. So we did post that. So just not recently. They want to dump this and they want to go lower. They missed that gap fill and now they want to go lower. They tease both sides. Can you believe that? They tease this gap fill, and now they're dumping us to run this LRLR that I was telling you about. See that? You never buy a pattern like this. If you look and if you see a pattern like this, you never long this. You call that short, correct? Because you should never see a sideways staircase and pattern like that and go, well, let me buy that. They're going to attack. It's like how I told you. It's the same thing I told you. Like, if you ever did, this is the only true pattern that you see. If you ever see this, don't you ever long that, because that means they're getting ready to attack. You are on the wrong side, and if you long this or something like that, or like you go and then you make money, it's only because you just happen to get out by the skin of your teeth. It was designed to hurt you, but you were running in traffic. But just because you made it through doesn't mean that's what's advised. That you should do that. They did absolutely nothing, and they gave you one dump candle to get you off sides, and SPX is still probably getting ready to come into the zone. I don't think that much has changed, but I think that they're gearing up to potentially go lower. They're gearing up. But they might have one more finishing blow in them, which is to fill this gap, and then go lower. We might run this LRLR soon. Correct. There's nothing compelling them to go lower right now. And they just happen to pull this back. That man truly lives in a simulation. He's the ultimate troll. It's inspiring, honestly. Pristine audacity, correct. He does it on purpose. I think he's a comedian. I'm being dead serious. I like all this side. I legitimately think he's funny. I'm being dead serious. But you can't think he's funny if you can't think someone's funny if you hate them. You see what I'm saying? So if you hate that person, then you can't think they're funny. I don't like him, but I just think he's funny. Because I can tell what he's doing. It's like I look at Trump like Michael Scott from The Office. He's just like, to me, he's just like Michael Scott from The Office. Like, I mean, like, so if you've ever watched that show, I think it's, well, The Office for sure is one of the top 5 greatest shows of all time. It is. There's no debate. The It's up there with like Breaking Bad and them, and The Sopranos, and The Godfather or whatever it is. But see, the problem is everyone in the office. If you've ever watched that show, no one in the office thinks Michael Scott is funny. No one thinks he's funny. No one on that show thinks that he's funny. Why? Because they're involved with him and they know him, and they have an attachment to him, and they're biased. So he's their boss. So he controls their livelihood. So when he does foolish things or when he makes jokes, people don't think that it's funny. They actually get offended and they feel some kind of way. But to you, the viewer, Michael Scott is arguably the greatest comedian of all time. Arguably, literally. Because you don't know what he's going to do next. You can predict it, but you don't even know. He's absolutely hilarious. And that's how Trump is. You cannot think he's funny unless you don't care what he does right or wrong. And the only way that I think that you can truly accomplish that is by putting yourself in a position to where it doesn't bother you. And how I can do that is with these charts here. That's why. The only time I feel some kind of way is when I'm in a trade and he does that and he says something weird and like I'm not aware of that, but I have a news wire running in the background 24/7. So the moment that he starts talking, I'm on alert 9 times out of 10. But I can still get burned. You know, they're getting ready to come up here and fill this gap. My charts are laid on TradingView. How do I get it to be in real time? You got to pay for live market data, or you have to buy a prop firm account. The Knowledge Center will walk you through that. I mean, you could sign up right now and you could just cancel on a 3-day free trial, and you'll get through. So you'll start the playlist at least to where you'll get through that first page in like the first 3 days, and it'll explain everything to you, and it'll show you the prop firms, and it'll show you how I make $10,000 a day doing this. For a free 3-day trial, just sign up and just cancel. What's to stop you right now from signing up right now and then clicking the cancel the renewal so you don't get charged $49 for 3 months, $15 per month? What's to stop you? And then from figuring out that answer. All of your answers will be realized. But then the unfortunate part about this is if you ask me a question and I know that you signed up, I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to say, why did you cancel your free? Why did you cancel? Why did you cancel the membership? If the answers are on there, what is it to you? Is $15 not worth it to you? The link is on my bio, nqinsider.com. That's what I'm going to ask you. And then I'm going to say, so I should explain this to you during live trading, and my time is not worth $15 per month to you. Per month. For you to have the answers at your fingertips. They're about to squeeze this and go higher to the zone. They're doing what I thought that they were getting ready to do. Remember when I told you a few minutes ago to where I was like, if they come over here and fill this, then I'm going to assume that they're going to go higher, where they're back higher again. And I think that SPX still wants to come here to the zone. That's just what I'm thinking in my mind. So they're going to have to prove to me that they don't want to go lower. I'm not just going to guess this or start shorting it. Because a setup, no setup, a setup is completely invalid if it gets in the way of where they're trying to go fill orders. Please listen to what I just told you. If your trading strategy gets in the way of where they are trying to go fill orders, or it doesn't answer the question of how can I participate with where they are trying to go fill orders or what they are trying to do, that trading strategy is irrelevant. And it is useless. Because you're always going to be on the losing side. And even if you're not, you just got lucky. And RSI does not tell you where they are trying to go fill orders. It is a lagging indicator, and it only tells you what they are doing. I'm sorry, and it only tells you what they have done. Like, based off of previous data for God knows how many data inputs from the past several days that you're going off of. At least 14 days in the past. Why would I want to have information about 14 days ago? Today. Hey, how you been? You've been away from trading for a while. I've been all right, Reborn. How you been? You been hanging in there? Just trying to take it day by day, my brother. I'm trying to take it day by day, man. Not trying to hurt nobody. Trying to make a few nickels, man. I'm being dead serious. That's it, bro. Doing well, brother. Good job. Yes, sir. How's the family? Everybody okay? Is everybody healthy? They're about to squeeze this, and they're about to take this SPX to the zone. I've been telling you about this for the last 35, 40 minutes. They've gone nowhere. They've gone nowhere since 12 o'clock, and the time step is 12:45. They've been going nowhere for 50 minutes. This market's been going sideways. They're about to do I think they're about to do the finishing blow, and if they don't, then this will be the finishing blow. Can you imagine how many people that they will hurt if they go up or down from this direction? But there's a lot of people probably full porting up here at the top, and there's a lot of people trying to pull full port long this. A lot of people trying to full port short this. But when they go, they're about to go. I'm not gonna lie. They are so close to this gap fill. I'm thinking, why would they not do this damn thing? Why would they not squeeze this past this zone, boy? What would stop these people? What is to stop them from coming to this damn zone? I can't figure out a reason as to why they would stop. Everybody's well besides my grandma. I've been having to take care of her. Like, oh, what's going on with grandma? She okay, man? What's going on? What do you think of the 150K Lucid direct? I really don't know the rules for Lucid too much. I think, ultimately speaking, that we need the lowest barrier to entry, and then from there, then I think that we can expand into deeper horizons. So whichever firm has the lowest barrier to entry, and the simplest of rules that you personally can follow, revolving around your psychology to get to a payout, that's what I think that we should do. And they're about to come back over here for this 6-point volume bounce that they left behind in their wake on the QQQ. Look at this. They left another 6 in their wake. They're about to dump this past the zone. What firm do you prefer? East or Apex? Absolutely. There is no better to go from zero to hero. If you have less than $1,000 to your name, you can become a person that's making literally $5,000 to $10,000, damn near a day, or for sure $20,000 plus a month for sure, in like less than 60 days with Apex. Less than 60 days total, which is 60 days total is like 35 to 37 trading days, 37 to 38 business days. You can become a $20,000 a month trader once you understand what's going on. There's no other place where you can do that like that fast. Hell, honestly speaking, the way that we do it, bro, you could do that literally in like 3 weeks, in like 2 weeks. I'm being dead serious. Like, you could literally do that literally within 2 weeks. You could literally, hell, I was lying to you. Honestly speaking, Like honestly speaking, like if you had the money, I'm not talking about from the zero to hero to where building it up takes like 2 or 3 months. I'm talking about like if you had the money just sitting on the side to activate all of the accounts within 7 days, because it's going to cost you 2 bands to activate. It's going to cost you $2,000 damn near to pass 20 accounts and to activate them. But if you just had the money sitting over there on the side, you can literally turn into a person that is literally making $40,000 every 5 days in a week and a half with Apex. You cannot do that anywhere else. There's no other place where you can do that. Like right here, right now, you join this Discord right now, and you like right here, right now, and you and like you snapped your fingers like Thanos, and you understood everything that's going to take you at least maybe like 2 or 3 months of like putting in the work and the sweat equity and stuff like that, like how you should be doing. But like if you snapped your fingers and like expedited the process rather, and you were profitable, and you understood how to manage your risk, which 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 is the journey. If you were at that zone and like you had $200 to $2,500 on the side, you could literally be making $40,000 every 5 days. I'm being dead serious. And you could do it literally off of 3 to 4 micros. There would be nothing to stop you. I'm being dead serious. What do you think I'm doing? There would be nothing to stop you. You could make 200,000 a month. I'm sorry, 160,000 a month, and that's just off one login, and that's just off one firm. Heaven forbid you got a Bullinox. Heaven forbid you copy and trade with the Top Step. $160,000 a month in less than 2 weeks. I'm being dead serious. That is not make believe. And I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's true. Because Apex changed the rules. Because you need to make $200 a day for 5 days and request the money. But I'm just not doing 2,000 because I'm not greedy. I'm okay with requesting $1,200 per account. I don't need that extra $800. I don't need that. Why? Because then that means that I might have to take on more risk. Why? Because that means I might have to make $400 a day. I don't need that. I just need $200 a day, $250 to $300 a day, and I'm done. I don't need $450 to $500 a day to be rich. I don't need that. People that always try to get something for nothing or try to get everything, they always end up with nothing. It's funny, it's miraculous how that works. Whenever you try and hold on to everything and you try and scam or cut corners, you never really get to the destination because you're so focused on cutting corners that you're not focused on the road. You don't know left from right. You get confused. Let's not get it confused. Yo, Top Step was giving horrendous feels. I heard about that. I think that's what Phantom said. On me, just need my 5 to 10 to that payout each cycle. We on the way with a couple of these new groups, exactly.
Yeah, the whole thing when I'm hitting the buy button, it's lagging, and then when I'm hitting the sell button, it's lagging.
My God.
I mean, like 2 3 seconds lagging.
Wow. Why not trade individual stocks, brother? Um, I have an infinite money glitch, bro, that pays me $40,000 to $50,000 a week, and like all that I have to do is just put in like maybe like a few $1,000s. Why would I go away from that? I'm serious. I'm no like I'm legitimately asking you this question. What would you do? Would you just randomly? Would you just abandon something that's paying you $30,000 to $40,000 minimum per week, and just try to go trade something, just try to master something differently that you've already assumed that you have essentially patched and mastered? Would you do that? I guess. Don't try to fix what's broken, what's not broken. Exactly. I'm being dead serious. People keep trying to reinvent the wheel. The wheel has already been invented. Humans always try to reinvent the wheel, and like we always try to make things harder than what it really is. Like if a millionaire is telling you how to be a millionaire, why would you ignore the millionaire and go, well, no, I don't want to listen to that dude because other people who aren't millionaires told me that I should do that, and I'm going to figure out my own route. And how am I gonna get there? I don't know, but I'm going to try to reinvent the wheel somehow, some way, and I'm not going to follow those instructions. Why would we make our job harder? Like, why not just be a mentor of the millionaire, and then and then you pick up on the cues, and then you figure out how to run your own multi-million business, and then you can run it however you want to.
Yep.
I'm being dead serious. You don't have to run that
Yeah.
business exactly like how he does it. You don't have to name the business the Krusty Krab, but you can name it the Krab Krusty, and then you can run it however you want to. You can hire your own employees. But if you don't know how to run the business, you need to watch how somebody's running the business. If you don't like having Mr. Krabs as your boss, you need to stay in that kitchen, and you need to lock in, and you need to learn the Krabby Patty formula. Once you learn the Krabby Patty formula, then go out on your own. You need to listen to what I'm trying to tell you. There's a reason why Plankton has always been in the same position that he was in. But Plankton is always trying to seek the Krabby Patty formula. Plankton can never branch out and be successful because he doesn't know the formula. Imagine if they gave Plankton the formula after like season 1. There would be no SpongeBob. Most humans are Plankton, and most people that are in Plankton's position are telling me to be Plankton. I don't want to be Plankton. I don't want to be Plankton. I want to be like SpongeBob, and I want to be like SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs at the same time. I want to work in the kitchen, know the Krabby Patty formula, and then I'm going to have the sense to leave by myself whenever the time is necessary. But there's too many Patricks in the world. That's correct. Everybody's yeah. Everybody thinks that they're Mr. Krabs or SpongeBob, but they're really Plankton mixed with Patrick. They want they wanted to dump this, and they're filling the 6. There's way too many Patricks in the world. Yeah. It's like everybody's everybody's Plankton, but with Patrick's brain, but with the ego of Squidward. And they wonder why like they're not millionaires. It's like this. It's like, and like and I see it in my everyday life. I promise you, I swear to God, I see it with my own family. They're going sideways. That's why I'm going on this rant. I see it with my own family. My brother makes $10.50 an hour at a temp agency job. He cannot keep a job for longer than 2 to 3 months, and he works in the back-breaking sun, running food out. He got released from his job because the temp agency got bought out. But his longest job he's had in like 4 or 5 years, he worked there for 4 months, and he was the food runner that runs the food out from Walmart to your car. And he's out there in that back-breaking sun. He was already dark-skinned. He left there after 4 months. He was purple black, purple black, putting all that wear and tear on his body. He makes $10.50 an hour, and he sees what I do. And you want to know the craziest thing about all of this? He managed to somehow date this one girl who was homeless. She was homeless. She was with a child. With life happens, but she was homeless with a child, and he tricked our mother into moving her into a house that's in my name. And they were sharing like an 8x8 room with a baby in there that was like 2.5, 3 years old. I've told the story once before, but I'm going to tell it again. And that woman somehow managed to convince him, along with his coworkers, who works alongside him, who makes like slightly above him, who makes like $11.50 an hour, right? And they convinced him, and they said, "Hey, why does your brother always give you instructions for?" It seems as so. I say, no, I'm not making this up because I said this once before. And they said, "Hey, why does your brother?" Because and then I've also the screenshots in there where my brother apologized, and he was like, "Man, I'm so sorry." But they convinced him, and because they asked him this question, they said, "Hey, why does it seem as though that your brother always bosses you around? You're a grown man, bro. You should be able to listen to your own intuition, man. Like, bro, like it seems as though that your brother's like the puppet master for you. Like you always, like he's always calling you about he's always calling you about business, or he's trying to give you some kind of instruction about what to do with money, or some rules you got to follow, man. Why are you even listening to that dude?" Two of those people infected my brother's brain, and they convinced him, and he started acting very weird. But he's very gullible, so I understand that. But most people are like that. And the thing that broke him out of his drunken stupor that he was in was I asked him a very vital question. I said, "Brother, I freaking wish that I had a millionaire telling me and instructing me with no motive, with no ulterior motive. Hey, do this or do that. Hey, save this amount of money so that we can do this." My brother's been trying to save $750 together so that he can get a license, a driver's license, for like, he's 26 now, for like 7 or 8 years. I told him, I said, all you have to do is get $200, $2,000, and I'll give you a car. I will buy you a car. He cannot do that. He picked up a lean addiction from that same dude that was at Walmart. So that same dude convinced him to buy lean, and he was spending all his $300 a week paychecks on lean because he doesn't have to pay for rent because he lives in the house for free under my name. And that same dude convinced him to do these things. And I asked him, and I said, "Brother, these people that are telling you to do these things, bro, where are they at in life? Like, are they taking their own, like, their advice, the road that they have been down, where has this road led them down to? Who are these people at? Like, let's just remove the names and like let's just write their resume down on a piece of paper. Like, just screw the fact that you're having sex with this woman. Screw that away. Just throw it out the window. Just write down her accomplishments down on a piece of paper. And that guy that you're listening to that got you hooked on the lean. So you have a lean plug and you got less than $200 to your name. Like, as though like your Future, who doesn't really do lean, by the way, but like you're some rapper. Future only sells the lean addiction to mortals, or to, well, all mortals, but he only sells it to the peasants because that's what sells. Future's not doing no lean. He says so himself. He's not doing that. He's fooled you into doing that because that's what sells. So I told him, and I said, write it down on a piece of paper and you let me know. Now, you let me know which instructions that you should follow. And then that's when he apologized right after. He was like, "Man, that's crazy. I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't know what came about." He's like, "Man, like, I don't know what hit me, man." And I told him, and I was like, "Brother, listen, what do I get from conversing with you?" I'm serious. And I asked him, I was like, "What do I get?" And excuse me, I'm getting ready to switch up to how I speak to my brother and how I speak just in general. I told him, and I said, "Brother, you're not giving me no pussy." Like, I'm being dead serious. You're not giving me no money. I don't get no clout from you. I'm being dead serious. Like, so, like, I mean, bro, like, you don't got a crib to where, like, I'm staying. Like, you're not providing me with shelter, protection, or none of that. You're not rich. Like, bro, like, what, like, what am I gaining from messaging you here? I'm being dead serious. And I said, I want you to give me one thing. And I told him, and I was like, brother, I love you to death like my real brother. I was like, brother, we don't even share the same last name. We just share the same mother. So if I help you, technically speaking, I'm helping your father's lineage. Just in the grand scheme of things. I don't see it any differently. I still love you the same, but I'm not even getting that. So what makes you think right now that I would be telling you anything to try to hurt you? Because if you just disappear from my life right now, my life would just be easier. I would not have to worry about this. And he sat there and he blinked like Patrick with the blink, 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 like or SpongeBob with the blinking sounds. And he looked, and he looked at me dumbfounded. And I was like, bro, exactly. So I'm telling you this out of love. I'm telling you to save 25 to 30% of your paycheck out of love with no expenses, because you can be let go at any given moment. I'm telling you not to spend your money on lean for a reason. I'm telling you not to spend your money on tattoos. He got a full-blown tattoo sleeve and he has neck tattoos now. I'm telling you to do this for a reason, because at the end of the day, that is not going to get you where you want to go. You think that that's what you want, but that's not what you want. Women, stop giving a damn about how many neck tattoos you have, bro, past the age of like 16 or 17 or 18. That's not cool anymore as a 26-year-old without a driver's license, bro. So why are you doing that? Why would you spend $1,000 on that when you could have got a driver's license? These are the questions I seriously asked him. He could not answer that goddamn question. I went on this rant to kill a crapload of time because they're still trying to go here. So if you shorted this, you got nothing out of this. If you long this, then you risk them going lower. They're trying to, then you risk them dumping on your head top. They're trying to come up into the zone. So you got to listen to my family problems and my riddle. Neck tattoos, no, exactly. He has a skull in his neck that covers his whole neck. And I told him, I was like, bro, because no offense, it is what it is. It just is what it is. I don't make the rules, sorry. We live in a world, the Western society is dominated by white people, by Caucasian people. And I told him, I was like, brother, unless you know some serious, insane trade or some skill that which you don't, what makes you think, brother, that some white person is going to, because most of them are white, or hell, not even white, some Indian person is going to hire you with that. Bro, black people wouldn't even hire you for that. Because successful black people are arguably more racist than white people. You need to understand what I just told you. Successful black people are arguably more racist towards their own group than white people. Caucasian people are very forgiving. I'm being dead serious. Like I'm talking about like on average. Like I'm being dead serious. I'm being like dead serious. They just banned the live stream. Body exposure and sexualized behaviors. They just banned the live stream. Okay. The TikTok robot just banned me. Anyway. So the reason why that's the case is because they understand people's habit. Man, listen, I gotta stop talking about this. I'm just going on some rant. I'm being honest with you. All that I know specifically is in life, whenever I have personally been in a pickle, boy, Caucasian people have come, and bro, and they are some of the most happiest people. I'm being dead serious. Just always smiling and stuff. Black people always trying to get a deal out of something. Hey, man, I see selling that product, but let me get 25, 30% off. Why? Well, because I'm black, just like you. Man, what? Always trying to barter and nickel and dime. I'm being dead serious. But that's because, but I understand because we have so much trauma. Black people just life just beating us down so much to where just like it just breeds ignorance and people are just inherently they just have life traumas. So 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 it forces you to not be as loving and as forgiving. It forces you to have a built-in attitude to always think somebody's out to get you. That's just how my dad is. My dad's from the South Bronx, and he has and and like he like every single person that walks by him, he's always thinking like that person's getting ready to attack him. Like he's like, if things went left, could I attack that? Could I defend myself? Could I dismantle that person? I'm serious. Like he doesn't just walk around and go, look at that handsome gentleman. Oh, look at that handsome. Like nah, he does not think that. He's always on high alert. He's always on edge because his environment, because he's a product of his environment. Unfortunately, I'm getting ready to end this live stream right now, and I'm getting ready to restart it, and then we're getting ready to take a trade right now. If you're not following right now, if you're not following, then you're probably going to miss out on this trade, or you're going to lose it. I'm getting ready to end the live stream because they banned the live stream because I was talking about racism. I'm assuming, so I apologize. But I was going on this rant in order to try and to stop myself from trying to short this when I knew that they were getting ready to go higher and fill this gap that I was telling you about. So they did exactly what I was telling you they was going to do, and they filled this gap just now. Okay. So I'm going to end this live stream. I'm getting ready to restart. So you can click on my name again, and you can and you can rejoin. I'm getting ready to restart it. Thank you guys for liking it. But I do have one more question to ask. If I restart this live stream, and if I still and if I take another trade, can I please get at least 150 to 200 likes per person whenever we join? That's the only thing I'm going to ask. Okay. Alrighty. So hey, yes, we're at end it right now. Yes, thank you. Yes, sir. Add. Look at them liquidation squeezes past the zone to the 7 point volume imbalance here. Look at them squeezes past the zone to this high. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm actually so annoyed. Some of like the bigger groups I've been trading has made me like a little like more hesitant to take trades. But that was such a clean entry. Like SPX came back and that wick into the 105 candle was literally a wick into a 11 point SPX gap, and it reduced it to 2 and then took off. It was such a clean entry.
I could see them going lower than targeting this low on this candle. It's that 80 ticks, but that's not enough for me to short this. Times down 112. Look at that liquidation squeeze just now past this high. Look at that. Shorting this right now is kind of dangerous. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they have a 7 there, but they could come back for it at any point in time. What do you think, Colt?
Hold on, E. Don't short it yet. There's a high right above. I want to see if they go after it.
Where? Oh, what number? What's the
Just
number on the high?
hold
Triple
on.
top. Why is the thing saying triple top? What's here at a triple top? What's the thing saying triple top for? What is that? What's here? What is here? 75.89.50.
973. Their highs right above there, they look very attractive to go after.
Those three candles perfectly aligned. That high, 1, 2, and this high right here perfectly aligned. That's why it's saying that. That's why it's saying that. And then they missed this. Okay, say that number that you were talking about, Chilo, please.
973. I'm looking at 980. There's like a 15-minute bearish effigy right there, and something seated right above it. Yeah.
Yeah, here. Yeah. You're talking about them coming over here and flashing this high over here in this cluster and then going lower. I could very well see that.
Yes. I want to see if they, not that
What they
usually
want to
they
do
would
after that. That's what you want to see. What they want to do after they flashes and then come into this imbalance. That's what you're
yeah.
wanting. That makes perfect sense. I appreciate that insight.
And it's a 15 too. So I want to see how they would react to it.
Yes.
If they flash it with any week, I would
Right.
short.
That makes perfect sense to me, sir. They're barely tapped into 15.
Hey,
Now they missed it by a little bit.
hey, E, isn't that previous day high there too? Above there?
Let me look.
You guys got previous day high at 973?
That's Monday. The six is high. No, that's not the Monday six is high. That is that is Monday's high. You are correct. That is Monday's HOD. Monday, as in Tuesday sessions HOD. As in Monday
Yeah, so just be careful for
for
that.
Monday's Asia and London's HOD. Right here is past this high. That right there is exactly where they're trying to go. As of right now, there's nothing to stop them from popping behind it. And then that aligns perfectly with this 15-minute CB. I think it's best we wait. I agree. That right there is exactly what I'm talking about whenever I'm talking about the advantages of being inside of Discord.
Yeah, you just save yourself from a little bit of drawdown, bro. You're gonna short that shit from the top and you're gonna eat.
Hmm. It'll at least bare minimum give me an explanation why. Because so like if they god body shoot this through the zone like a liquidation squeeze, then I'm not going to immediately short this. So then I'll get more information. If they, hmm, if they flash it and then start going lower, well now I have confirmation that we're rejecting. At a minimum, it gives me more time. So instead of just jumping this gun, because if you jump the gun but they don't go anywhere, then what was the purpose of jumping the gun? You need to know, and we're up here at the HOD. You don't know, like, if every new minute spawns a new HOD, what makes you think that the next minute is not going to be another HOD? So why not wait for confirmation that the HOD is actually going to be the HOD and then for them to start reversing? They have a reason to go lower. There's a 7 point volume balance here. There's a reason for them to go lower. There is. Now there is, but I'm not going to jump from this moving train right now. I want them to flash this and to take this high out first. Look at this market just squeeze indefinitely to this moon. Just going to hit that Monday HOD? I think so. I think it's going to flash it. Every single person trying to short this so far messed up along this route. So if you are one of these people and you were like, well, bro, I waited for a first presenter, so I shorted this. And then the inverse is first presented and they went higher. So that first presented rule that you were talking about is false. No, the first
No.
presented was before the first presented was ahead of a major objective completion. Remember the most important rule of this game. If your strategy gets in the way of where they are trying to go or what they are trying to do, then it is completely useless. They're going to invalidate it. So you should not trade this first presented. Why? Because the gap fill was above it up until that we're getting ready to go fill that gap on SPX. So I told you what QQQ was getting ready to do, or NQ was getting ready to do. It's the same thing, or MNQ, which is the same exact thing. I told you what was getting ready to do. So you would not
E, look at
trade this
your
first
five
presented.
minutes. Bro. Look at your 5 minute candles. They look really bullish.
This is very bullish. They're just very bullish. They're slowly squeezing everybody out, and they just popped that high just now. What was that alert?
Yeah, I stepped away from my computer. I missed that whole move.
They just took out that double top just now, and they just popped that high just now on this ES. The resistance would be 30 on 93. They want to go higher and not lower. This is bullish. Look at this market squeeze. The market. Hold on, was the market red? No, I don't think it was red at all today. But the market is up 1.8% today. Look Look at this liquidation squeezing rate. Timestamp 119. This is what I'm looking for at the order block right above. Approaching PM time. Won't be surprised if they squeeze to 50% of the order block. The order block is at 30.93. What are those? 15 minutes?
I think they're almost completing their objective. Look at your daily because they wanted to go for that daily, that they swept that previous. Put your time frame on the daily. Look what they did. It was a tree. It was a CRT move basically. They did. It had a doji in the middle, and then the bullish move basically to sweep the two days ago previous high. Look at that. It was a nice trade.
Look at this bullish candle. My God, look at that daily candle. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, so they might try to sweep those.
They just took out that high.
Yeah, so just be careful with that.
Absolutely. Look at this market.
Yeah, I
squeeze
traded
higher
the
with
daily
1 minute.
last night. I took a nice little trade off of that shit, and I let it run until this morning, and I closed it.
This market just go higher for no reason. They don't have to go lower. They can go higher indefinitely, man. They just tapped to this 15-minute SIBI. I'm going to enter to a short position.
Order filled.
They just tapped to this 15-minute SIBI, and I'm going to enter this short position. And then my target for this trade is going to be this volume imbalance over here. The timestamp of this candle is 1309. This low over here, what's this? 160 ticks. I don't even need that. Hell, I could be out over here. You need to watch out. Timestamp 121. They could keep squeezing higher indefinitely. I'm jumping the gun on this just so you're aware. I'll be back. I think that this carousel and this charade is about to end. I'll be back and I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. I'm gonna watch this though from my phone. I'll be right back. I'm gonna watch this. I'm in 3 micros. I gotta step away from this desk. If something crazy happens, then I'll get up. 150 ticks to the downside on this trade. Watch out. Should I step away from this desk because I gotta go break even whenever they start to dump this? Probably not. Well, I guess if they dump this, I won't be able to go break even. So I gotta stay here. I'll wait. Seems like everyone wants shorts make me think higher. Honestly speaking, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think right now that most people are defeated. I seriously think that most people are defeated. And I think that most people are going to give up and they go, well, damn, this market is green. Let me buy right now. I think, bro, that everyone has been trying to short this market since 10 o'clock and the timestamp is 121. And then we did a full-blown Judas swing and we started liquidation squeezing it up like this in a straight line. And I think this market is getting ready to gear up to start targeting internal sell side potentially. That's just what my brain is telling me.
That 10 o'clock sweep already happened, like the hourly sweep for the 9 a.m. candle. That 10 o'clock one happened already though.
Interesting.
They had took out the what is it, the pre-market liquidity, and then they had shot up from that. If you look at the 10 o'clock candle, they basically took out the 8 a.m. Pre-market liquidity, and then they had shot up from that trade.
Okay. 10 o'clock candle. Take a look at this.
Yeah, look at where your pre-market liquidity was. They went lower, swept it, and then they had shot up from it.
Yeah. Well, they went lower to fill that. Well, through that gap fill, they filled that
Yeah,
gap, and like they filled that gap to the tick, and they never looked backwards.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I'll be right back.
Chilo.
Yeah, so yeah,
What up, my brother?
yeah.
Bro,
Um,
I've been trying out the swings, like what you told me the last time, bro. Yo, bro, the daily swings, I've been killing that shit with one micro, bro.
One micro in a dream and just let it ride to the next high or the next low.
Since last night, I had, well, I closed it this morning and I re-entered the trade at 9:30. I actually did one mini at 9:30 open. I ride that shit up, then back after it swept that 8 a.m. liquidity. I ride that shit back up, bro. I did one mini on the first one at 9:30. That was like 2,500, and then I did my cash account back again. That was like 600 off of one stupid micro, bro.
Nice, nice. Kind of like it was boring Asia. The boredness kind of like kept me away from taking a swing to New York Open. Like,
Oh, you missed it. You didn't get it.
nah, I got bored. I went to sleep.
I know, bro. It was some shitty ass price action.
Yeah, it was bad. It was like around um 11 something, and I'm like, I'm not catching that swing, so I'm just gonna go to bed right now.
Yeah, it didn't happen. I think I got in it to till at like 3 a.m. actually. I entered it because that doji was kind of freaking me out. I thought they were gonna drop, but after I saw they flip, I was like, nah, I'm holding this shit.
Yeah, I saw it too. I was checking the higher time frame, and I saw like um too much playing around with the price, and I'm like, you know what, it's better I just go to bed than stay here and keep watching, even though I know I'm gonna miss the move when they start it. So they, as soon as they start doing it, I was knocked.
Damn, you missed the whole entire thing then. Because I saw it on the daily and then I flipped down on the hourly, and that's when I entered it on the hourly. Bro, it's better to enter it on the hourly than even the 1 minute because you see the price action a lot cleaner.
Yeah, the overnight price action, man, them things put you to sleep.
Yeah,
And I even missed London move to the
damn, you
upside
missed
and to
that
the
nice
downside.
pullback to enter, bro. That was a nice pullback they give to enter that swing too. On the hourly, they had a nice pullback in London session. I'm not gonna lie, I was in some drawdown though on that trade. I was in a little bit of drawdown on it.
Mm, and
It
when
made
you
up.
usually my swing, I just size accordingly and then just let them do their thing. You know, one micro or two micro, just giving myself some room if I'm not really sure on my entry, but it all depends.
Yeah, well, I know they had to sweep that 1 hour that I entered in. I know they had to sweep that, so I had like my stop loss on the previous 1 hour, bro. They came so close to tapping me out, but they spare me.
Yeah, one of my boy got got taken out.
Oh damn, bro! He had too
Yeah,
tight of a stop loss.
his stop got hit.
Yeah, I usually put it on like the previous 1 hour or like the swing low basically, and then or the swing high, and I just let it go. Cause like sometime I'll do like 1 to 1, like give it like maybe not full 500. I'll give it like maybe 3 or 400, to breathe. It just depends how confident I am in it. Chilo, do you trade gold too or not?
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Let's not go break even. But stop.
Order submitted.
Caught that red candle.
Good job, fam.
Yep.
They're probably gonna come back out and stop this trade all the way at break even. But considering that I lied. I lied. There's a first presenter here. I'll I'll watch this first presenter here.
I mean, you can TP out here because that's a nice trade. But if you wanna, you can go break even and just
Yeah, I
watch the
already took
trade if you
profit.
want to, which is what I would do. Don't do what I do. Take the money, y'all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. See, me personally, I'm only up $70, and I need $200 in order to make this trade worth it. So I could manage my risk to an inverse of this first presented, but they could inverse this and then I could turn this into a losing trade versus just going break even. So I'm just assuming that if they come up over here, they're going to inverse this. So that's why I just put my stop over here to break even here. And then the target for this trade is just over here. So now the trade is just risk free. But I'm jumping the gun on this trade because I shorted it without a first presented. I just had a feeling that it was going to go lower, but they don't have to go lower right now. It could take them an hour for them to start to roll this thing over. God knows how long it could take. This NQ is trying to dump. Why so? Because it's why so? Because look at how much bearish this looks in comparison to ES. If ES even remotely decides to roll over and come over here and target these imbalances lower and start even remotely considering sell side, NQ is going to dump through this floor. I wonder if the children are going to start crying and if it's time for the children to go home.
Yeah, the bus done went to his destination. Time to go.
That's what I wonder. And I think that it starts with potentially with that 7 point volume balance that the indicators are alerting us to here. This is where I think that it begins with here. This is where I think that the children's rhythm will begin, but I'll be out before then. Hmm. The timestamp on this candle's 101. I needed to come here. 153 ticks on this trade.
135.
They're about to go higher. ES
Yep.
ES just doesn't care, and ES just doesn't care, and ES just literally just doesn't even care. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add three more onto this trade. I'm gonna add three more contracts onto this trade right now. Why so? Because I'm gonna have a why so? Because I want to hold on. No, I'm gonna wait. I was getting ready to add more than just go break even on this.
Order canceled.
But it appears as though they just want to stop me out at break even. ES is on a one-man wrecking parabolic mission to just go higher. I don't know what it's trying to target, but I keep on trying to take jabs at this here. But this ES is just unrelenting. It is fully 100% unrelenting, and it does not care. Timestamp. So this is the 1:30 candle, 15-minute candle close. They're probably going to burst us through this high because of the precipitation. Look at how bullish this 15-minute candle close is. That does not scream as though it wants to dump to me. They already went higher for that. I told you they're not going to make it easy. It seems like everybody wants to short. That's correct. Everybody wants to short. Look at this ES and this SPX just break loose and go to the moon. Look. They want to squeeze to go higher. So many FG clusters a little bit below, very risky. If I didn't put my stop loss there at break even, I would have had to wait it until this candle closed to see if they were going to inverses or not. We'll know if they inverses or not. We'll see what they're getting ready to do. They just inversed that just now. My break-even trade was at 980. So I would be entering at a worse position right now if I entered than from where I shorted it at earlier. SPX is unrelenting. It has a vendetta for something. They're about to run this LR. They're about to dump this market. I'm trying to tell you. I promise you they're about to dump this right now. I'm trying to tell you, boy, that these people are about to dump this right now. They're about to dump this and they're about to go lower.
Should have shorted it on that green doji.
100%. They're about to dump this. ES is printing LRLR. Look at the ES print the LRLR. Look. They're about to dump this. Let me downsize. And let me get 150 ticks off of this short.
Order filled.
I'm going to downsize and I'm going to try and get 150 ticks off of this short right now. And then if they go higher, I'm going to add another 2 onto this.
Would have waited for the green candle.
Yeah, but the candles are so clustered together. You are right. They're just clustered together so much.
VIX is trying to push up, so you might get this trade, bro.
I'm going to add another 2 contracts onto the short.
Order filled.
I added another 2 contracts onto the short, and I'm in 50. And I'm gonna try and target. I'm in 5. I want to try and target this internal right over here on 5. That's 83 ticks on 5. How much is that? $207. Pass this low here. I think they're gonna dump this. unrelenting. Best to go break even. Yeah, no, I was only up 20 ticks. I would have got stopped out. It's like I need to come down in here. It doesn't change my feelings right now. This ES is just unrelenting. It is not interested in going lower. But so help me God if it just does. If it even remotely considers attacking this 15-minute busy. I mean, even remotely, my God. My God, the things that could happen. How do I get the indicator that is correct? Join the Discord. Hmm. This positive HVL is disgusting. The candles are very confusing, and you don't know if they're going to go higher or go lower. They're just going sideways. It's confusing. ES is just on a one-man recognition to go higher and then make new highs and new highs and new highs. Look at this. Look at that pattern. What these people are about to attack. This NQ wants to go lower. NQ wants to go lower, but ES doesn't want any part of this. They want to go higher. They want to go higher.
Man, I feel like ES and SPX have led this whole day.
Look at this. Look at this spy. Just break loose.
Damn, bro, they respected the hell out of that 2-minute FVG on NQ, bro. On the 2-minute, nobody was close below that freaking FVG, bro. All of them stayed inside. Look at your 2 minute on NQ, MNQ. You see all of them freaking bodies stayed inside that 2-minute FVGE.
Yeah, but until that candle, all the candles had stayed, or the bodies had stayed below that 1 minute BIS or SIBI as well.
Yeah, I see that too.
But I mean, they just inverse it now. But
They
that was just
inverse
like
that
a
shit. But if you look, bro, it's crazy how they close and flip. But that daily still looking juicy though for them to go higher. The 30 minutes was bearish, but it's kind of farming. It's trying to switch to bullish right now, and they got like a little doji on the 30 minutes. They're trying to flip. They might save that bearish move for like two, bro. Watch when 2 p.m. hit that shit go straight bearish, because usually around 2 p.m. we see that crazy bearish move.
Hmm.
They might start going bearish right now because you got a volume imbalance on the 1 minute on NQ, and then you got a FVG. I notice every time a volume imbalance and the FVG forms, it respects it and it gives you a few points.
are MNQ and QQQ finally gonna respect the 1 minute, or are we gonna keep? Is ES gonna keep dragging and SPX?
I'm gonna double the size
Order
on this trade.
filled.
I'm gonna double the size on this trade, and I'm gonna go in 10. I'm gonna try and target this low over here. Look at this market floating in space.
Bro, that volume imbalance and that freaking FVG, that shit pays, bro. I just shorted that shit on NQ. The little pop up with one mini just made $360.
Indicator is saying there's a double bottom here. This drawing liquidity, that's why I added onto the size. I wonder if they want to sweep this internal here. If I should cut this. Look at how deceiving the candles are.
Yeah, I partialed out like halfway, trying to, because I think I was down like 150 on these accounts for the day, so I took half, like to make a good amount of it back already.
Probably not a bad idea. See, this is
I
very
don't li-
deceiving.
I don't like how they taking their time with it.
Yeah, this is very deceiving. They're not
Well,
going.
but if they snap this trend line that I put in the chat, bro, they're gonna go.
This is very deceiving.
Here we go. I think I'm just gonna take it from here. Yeah, go break even.
Yeah, nah, I'm not gonna go for
I don't
break
like
even.
this big old candle after this.
I don't like that. I don't like
Maybe
that.
they just go for it. That candle look disgusting, and there's a volume imbalance right above.
Yeah, that's crazy. These candles are hardly moving. This is very deceiving. This is what you get in positive HVL. This is extremely deceiving. They're gonna stop this trade at a break even, then they're gonna go to this destination. But I can't take that
Order,
risk. On
order
10 contracts. I
canceled.
can't take that risk. I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna join Discord this week. Just Buddha funded. I need a better mentor for sure.
Yeah, I just played it safe and took
They
out
just stopped me at a
that
break
last part.
even. They just stopped me. Look at that
Yeah.
bullshit.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god, that's exactly what I was looking at.
That right there is
They
exactly what
wa-
I'm talking about.
they wild for that.
Bruh. Bruh.
That right there is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
And then what showed up before the
Damn,
body.
bro, yo, I told y'all that volume imbalance with that FVG, bro. That shit eats, bro.
That's
I
bullshit.
held that shit with one mini just now, bro. I was not letting that shit go.
That is horseshit.
Yo, if you guys look at NQ, bro, there was a volume imbalance on NQ, a small one, right? And that FVG form, bro. Every time that shit happens, as long as they move away from the volume imbalance and a FVG is formed, bro, they give you fucking points to eat, bro. Eat. I've been testing that shit, E. I told E I was testing that shit like since E came out with this shit, bro. This shit has been working because I was just calculating like one point volume imbalance and then an FVG and then I would take the trade. But bro, E just made this shit a lot easier, bro. Like dead ass.
I'm not gonna lie, E. I know the way they're gonna give you like a week above just to tap you out. Cause I was looking at it, I saw the 1 minute. That was like a weird looking volume imbalance on it. As soon as you put your break even, I'm like, they're gonna tap it and they're gonna move
I
it
said the
right
same
back
exact thing.
down.
I said that same exact thing. That's
Bro,
horseshit.
that's the
That's
game of trading though. And like the more like I think Chilo partialed out or took out. I partialed and then fully got out and got these accounts back green on the day. You gotta break even. Like, but that's the game of trading. Like you're always like worried about what could have been, but if you worry about that too much, you get yourself in trouble, bro. You don't keep yourself in the game long enough. You know what I mean? So like that's it's a little annoying for sure. It would have went straight to TP for everybody right there, and it would have been $200 or $300 more. But you know what I mean? Like it could have easily done the complete opposite and cooked an account or two. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, but then again, that's the risk that you put on. Cause like, all right, like I took that trade. I risked like 250 to make 750 just now, right? But I left my shit. I didn't care because I saw the volume
Order filled.
imbalance. I saw that FVG, and I believe in that trade, bro. Like, that's just the risk. Either 80% you're gonna win, or the 20% of the time, you gotta let that shit just go to the stop loss or exit it when you could have been in profit.
yeah, I don't disagree. Just kind of
Like
depends on like what you're trying to get out of it.
yeah, I kind of started accepting the loss now because it's like I don't want to move my stop loss, bro. Like I know the minute I move that shit, somehow the trade doesn't go my way. The minute I start moving my stop loss around, the trade doesn't go my way. So I just from now, like, I just accept that shit. I put it. I know once I see the trade, it's a good trade. Once I put my stop loss, I am not touching that shit anymore, bro. Even when you put it at break even, you see that shit's at least 50% of the time it be stopping me out and then go to the profit.
Can you show what he's talking about? So you want me to explain it to you while I'm actively in the trade, or would you want to sign up and then click that link inside my bio and then we can have an educated conversation? Then you probably know what he was talking about. Which one would you prefer?
Order submitted.
Would you want me to stop me making $5,000 to $10,000 a day to teach you, or do you want to join this Discord and then you can know it and we can have educated conversation and then I can run free mentorships on the weekend to keep the price of Discord free for everybody, or the service is free rather? Which one would you prefer? I'm not going on tilt. There's a 7 point volume balance over here that I think that they missed on that flash dump, and I think this move over here was fake, and I still think they're ready to go lower. Yes, I was pissed off and I was upset, but they missed the 7 point volume balance. This right here is where I think they're getting ready to come to. So that's why I shorted it. I think they missed it on purpose. almost shorted it on 10 contracts, but I just took five for 90 ticks to the downside.
I just posted that picture, bro. That's what I look for. Like since you made this indicator, bro, I look for that volume imbalance, the FVG to follow second, and then I take that trade, bro. And it's
Hmm.
all at least 95% from since you made this indicator, bro. 95% of the time, that shit is playing out. The 5% is when the market just does something stupid and then it just goes up like crazy for no reason. Either some news or some bullshit happens.
Hmm.
I'm gonna start
Yeah.
talking. I'm gonna start looking at what you're talking about and see like how it aligns with like SPX and QQQ and SPY as
Look,
well.
you
Because
see the
like I
picture,
know,
right? You
yeah,
see that
yeah.
picture?
No, I know what you're talking about. I know like you and GB and you and E were talking about it, but I want to like look at it and see like if what you're taking on a lot of like M and Q is like directly aligned with a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about, like on SPX and QQQ, and like more like some of the imbalances that we've already kind of like been trading, or see if it's like totally different.
Yeah, bro. Because every time that shit happens, bro, I trust that trade, bro. I've been backtesting this shit. I told you I backtested the hell out of that shit last night, bro. Every trade played out, bro. But you gotta be patient. You gotta let that imbalance form, and then the FVG comes right after, bro. Like one or two candle after, and bro, that shit pays, bro. Like it's paying minimum. That trade keeps paying 350 minimum. So when it goes to 350, you could either go break even and either like let the shit play out as it gives you like 700 or 1,000 or whatever the hell it gives you. It's gonna give you more money. It's just like you be
Order
patient.
canceled.
Hmm.
Because I think what you're trading, I think that was a 4 point on SPX and a 4 point on the Qs, and that's kind of like what I've been talking about for like a while. Like if you leave a like you're trading like an imbalance in a fair value gap, like a 1 minute, and you're trading out of that as like an entry. That's kind of like you're just looking at it on M and Q, where like ease indicators like showing that. But that's kind of like a lot of like the entries that we've kind of been talking about. That like if you allow it to come back into that imbalance, like that's what kind of gives you your entry. Like instead of targeting it, you target it as like an entry.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm doing it the opposite. So like you guys would come back and target the imbalance while I'm looking at the imbalance and the FVG to farm and give me at least minimum a 40 tick trade.
Yeah, no, like I've done that. Like I've tried to break some of those down in chat and whatnot. Like I for sure have used those like as an entry. But like, are you like pairing? Like, are you looking at the other indices whenever you get in, or are you only looking at M and Q?
I'm looking at MNQ. Well, NQ mostly I take the trade on, not MNQ. I mostly go on NQ because I'm only using like one mini, and I'll look whenever I see VIX going up and I see that the imbalance and the FVG is there, I take it because VIX gives me more confluence that there is gonna happen.
The Knowledge Center is $49 every 3 months, so it's a little bit more than $15 per month. Discord is $59 per month, or $150 for 3 months worth of access, which is nothing. Everything inside here is free, including access to all of the indicators, the mentorships on the weekends, because I run free mentorship classes on the weekends if you have any questions, and you can custom tailor those. You can't speak to any millionaire and then structure a class based off of what you're struggling with for anything less than $1,000 to $1,500. Lifetime membership for the Knowledge Center, so you don't have to worry about it, is $100. Every single person here has to be subscribed to that Knowledge Center, because as you can tell right now, I'm focused and I'm day trading, and I'm taking trades. So if randomly someone, if I was charging 500 or $1,000, randomly someone reasonably so said, "Hey, hey, let me know what you're looking at right now. Wait, what's that mean? What's the FVG talking about? What's that dude fighting they're talking about right now?" I would have to answer that question, because you just paid $1,000 or $1,500 in order to have that question answered. Why would you not want that question answered? I would
If
then be
you
in. I would then primarily be an instructor. I have to.
Who is that I was talking
I
to?
have to
Colt,
day
right?
trade. So
Yeah.
I'm a day trader, and I make a lot of money doing so. I don't want to switch that up. I want to keep everything in Discord very simple, and I
Look,
want to offer everything to be free once you're inside it. No hidden charges, no weird stuff. But that requires us to speak the same language. That
look
knowledge center is
exactly
there
at
for a reason.
158 on VIX. Look at 158 on VIX. Exactly at 158 on VIX Gold. You'll see exactly on 158. That's when NQ made that move. So I use NQ and VIX basically. That's why it took that little dump. The same time VIX shot up, NQ shot down.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I get that a lot. Yeah. People go, hey man, well, I don't need all that. I'm already profitable, so I don't need. Okay, well, so if you're profitable, then great. Then why are we complaining about $15 per month or for $100 one-time access to ensure that? Because I know you're gonna have questions. I'm gonna have to direct you back to that. Super profitable people don't care about that. That's like you having a Lamborghini and you're going, hey man, dang, gas just shot up 10 cents yesterday since yesterday. A gallon. Damn. It's gonna cost me extra $4. I'm gonna look at you and be like, wait, what? If you're profitable, then why does it matter? If you're not, then you need that page. There is no escaping. I'm not sure what they want to do, but this is looking like it's getting ready to squeeze to go higher. This is not looking like, hey, dump me right now. This is looking like I want to eclipse this high first and then go lower. Like
Cold,
do
look at
something like
that picture I
this.
posted. Exactly at 158 on VIX, and look at NQ at 158.
I see that. Oh,
You see that, Cold?
yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
Let me
Yeah.
check
So
another
like,
thing.
like VIX
He
and
might want to
NQ be
spin
kind of
this.
using. I prefer using them.
SPY is flipping bearish and NQ is flipping bullish. They're taking turns. I can see how they're moving and the candles are moving. ES is getting ready to roll over and attack this 15-minute SIBI. NQ is looking like it's trying to liquidation squeeze and take out this high here past this zone. I don't think that I should short this and manage my risk to this SIBI. I don't think so. I don't think I should do that. I think they're about to squeeze this past the zone and go higher.
Like that one that they just did, where they put the FVG, then they put the imbalance on top. I wouldn't take that trade on that one. I would wait for the imbalance to be at the bottom and then the
How about
FVG
this?
to be on top.
What's
So
about the dump?
that's like an invalid one. Like I wouldn't take that trade.
Boy, but these people about to dump. These people about to dump. They're about to dump and go lower. It appears. This ES, man. Look at this ES. Look at this SPY. Look at this monster. This does not scream short me. They're going in the opposite directions. Which one is lying to me? Huh. Which one is lying to me? Look at this market just break loose. Who else is in there? Colt, what do you think? Farron, what do you think? Space has been leading all morning, correct. What do you guys think? Hey, you think we wait? You think we short this? What's going on? You think we play that
I,
7? Or did we wait for another first presented? What the hell you think we do?
I don't do. It's been tricky up top up here. I don't feel like it
Yeah.
respected. I don't know who's respecting what at this point because M&Q and QQQ have been forming first presenteds at different times in ES and SPX. So they've just been like taking turns fighting in this zone for over an hour, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're in the same as that candles we were at 1.
It's jumping
Now,
back and forth,
this is going
up
back
and
and forth.
down, up and down, up
Best
and
to wait.
down.
It's best to do nothing.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna call it a day. It's been a little bit of a weird day, but
Very
have
weird.
managed to keep all the accounts green and doing solid. So I'm probably gonna end it there
I think
before
we
I
should
do
call it
something
a day.
stupid.
Absolutely, sir. This NQ is looking like this NQ is just going sideways. When they go, they're going to go. When they go, they boy, are they really, 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 really going to go?
And
Sideways.
VIX is kind of trying to dump right now, which is kind of crazy. If VIX
That's another
dump,
thing tripping
usually
their hand
NQ
up or
goes
down.
up.
I'll sit there and I'll wait. Can't believe I missed that TP earlier. Look. ES is just frozen in the same exact candle. Look, it's not moving. Look, it is literally frozen. Look. Did you just see that? Did you see that? It was frozen for 20 seconds. It never even moved on the bid or the ask. It was frozen for 20 straight seconds. It did not move. I think that this is screaming long me. So I think they're getting ready to dump. This is screaming long me so we can go higher and then we're getting ready to stop out and attack sell side. Love y'all. About to head to the train to train athletes. All right. Love you too, Coach. Catch you later, buddy. Y'all keep those accounts safe and let's have a good Friday. You don't need a big day, just need another good day and to stay alive every day. That's correct. This is screaming to the average person, long me here, bull flag, and I attack. Sell side. That's what this is screaming to me right now. This is screaming bull flag to me, and I should long this. And then bull flag means attack sell side, and that they're about to dump. I'm just letting you know this right now. I'm gonna short this on 7 contracts right now. Hold on. That's what this is screaming to me. This is screaming bull flag to me. And maybe I should long this and then they get ready to attack. So psychologically, they're probably going to do the opposite. They might have one more finishing blow in them to take out this high and then go lower. This market is about to roll over and attack this 15 minutes and attack this 15-minute busy. This right here is where this market is about to attack. Yes, I think is about to attack, and I don't think they want to go no higher. I think that these people want to go lower. I think they're fucking around. My brain is telling me that these people are about to dump this market and about to go lower. I lost the $100 of Trinity. Should I just quit? I have no idea what your strategy is. Who's your mentor? Don't get FOMO. I'm gonna try not to, Zach. Shorts in. I think they're about to start hitting sell side. That's what my brain's telling me. Because my brain tells me that this looks like a bull flag to most people, and that they're gonna break this and disrupt this and attack this low and attack this low here. You eat yet, E? Nah, I don't eat for the first time until 5 o'clock. about the text sell side. I think that it starts right now with the 7 point volume imbalance here, lower. That's where I think that this charade starts. How long you been up holding not eating until 5? I am so passionate about this, and time just flies by like it's nobody's business whenever I'm doing this because every single candle that forms is another minute. And if I want to wait for a 15-minute candle to close, I gotta wait for another 15 minutes. That like from the time I log onto the screen, like I don't even get hungry or thirsty. This is an adrenaline rush for me. Not like I'm pressing a button, but like this is but like and then on top of that, I don't like to eat whenever I'm trading because whenever you eat, it makes you sleepy. Fasting will make your mind more sharp. That is a 100% fact. Try not to eat for a few hours and then let me know how much or try to fall asleep when you're hungry. Try to fall asleep when you're hungry. Just try it. It's a lot harder to fall asleep when you're hungry. It's not a coincidence. Your senses
Nope.
are more heightened. It's a lot harder to fall asleep. But when you eat those shit,
Yep.
you can take a hell of a nap. I don't want to fall asleep. I don't want to fall asleep whenever they're giving away tens of thousands of dollars a day at this. I don't need to eat. I'll eat after the job is done. We got a job to do, and they're getting ready to dump this and go lower. My passion still reigns supreme. They want to dump this and go lower, and this ES wants to attack this 15-minute busy. I don't think that these people want to go higher. I think these people want to go lower. But they're doing it in a way to where like it's very dangerous to trade. The candles are overlapping and it's confusing you. This is a very difficult trade to take. Because why? Because they could give a guy by the candle up and then go lower. You don't know when the volume's getting ready to kick in right now. They've just been going sideways. We're in the same candles we were an hour ago, almost an hour and a half ago. They're gonna bleed this out, and then they're gonna target this slowly but surely, and then they're gonna fill this 7 point volume balance. They're not gonna give you a chance to participate, which was the original reason on this why I was in this trade. But instead of you taking it, but instead of you shorting it here, now they're forcing you to short it over here at this bottom. You see what they're doing? And there's a 15-minute BISI here. They're forcing you to short through a 15-minute BISI and at the low.
Yeah, I know you don't use moving averages, right? But that thing has been bouncing on top of the stupid 89 moving average like it's nuts. Exactly how you use VWAP, the 89 moving average actually works out similar. And that shit is just bouncing on top.
89-day moving average.
No, the
They,
EME, I use the 89 EME basically.
they're trying to confuse people. They break the trend line and everything, but they're just trying to confuse somebody.
EMAs
And
can be useful. EMAs can be useful if you have multiple confluences. I'm not saying that we should just throw
Yeah,
them in the
like
trash.
I've been using it for a minute now, the 89, also the standard deviation. And I noticed
About to
like
attack.
once they snap that 89, they're gonna drop
They're
lower,
about
bro.
to attack this. They're about to dump this to the zone. This is bearish. I knew that this was bearish this whole time. Yeah, but what they're doing is that they're overlapping a candle, so they're forcing you to take the position based off what you're seeing. So if I short this right now, I'll be short inside of a 15-minute busy. Slow bleed. Yes. What you think, Chilo? Because now, because
it's
now,
now.
because
Time
now,
is
right
due.
here, it's a
Is
1 to 1. So
either
short
they
this
go
candle.
eat into their 15 or they keep goofing around, but it's time. That 1 minute Judas swing, big candle with the wick, they need to go straight after it right now. And that volume imbalance.
Yeah. This trade up here that I took to try and target this is not the same trade as me shorting right now to try and target this. Because in order for me to get here, not only do I need to be right, but I need to double or triple my size now, knowing that they're getting ready to come here. So they're slowly bleeding it out and they're going to where I said that they're going to go, but they're not giving me a chance to participate. That's why personally that this is dangerous. Because they're not giving me a chance to I know that they're going to come into the zone. But you see how they're slowly bleeding it out like this?
I would hate the move to happen by a tweet or a news headline because as soon as it happen, it might be like a week that target that.
And it'll blow your account. Or I'm sorry, like
Uh,
or you'll short this and then it'll give a news candle wick and then it'll flash up, blow your account, and then it'll go.
yep.
So it's best for us not to max contracts this to try and get this little bit over here. They're going to go to the zone, but it's just going to go without us, unfortunately. So this is a perfect example on as to how you could be right this entire time and know that they're going lower, and then they'll stop you out multiple times, three, four times, and then they'll go straight to the destination. They're going to come here and fill this volume balance that this indicator is alerting us to. They're going to come into the zone. But now since they're here, I can't short this on 20 contracts because they give me one green candle, I'm done. So I know that they're coming here. This is what I've been telling you this entire time. I've been telling you that they're going to come into the zone and fill this. That's why I started shorting it. But
I took a short.
but
I
I
took a
can't
short
participate
because
in
I
this.
wanted to test it. But shorten in this zone while the move is happening is risky.
Very risky indeed.
And look at the candle formation also.
Yeah,
They just literally target the zone and they eat back up the whole entire move in the 1 minute candle.
we have a change of character as well, so that's saying it's going bullish. Hmm. Haven't necessarily had, haven't really had a change of character, I would say, or a market structure shift. No, I wouldn't say so. Especially not on no ES. Look,
Yeah, and nothing changed.
here. Look, this is long to me. Just as long as we don't take out this low, this market is still bullish off the chain on the ES. No change of character, not even a break of structure.
Yeah, the only zone that I saw like a change of character was literally on the cluster lows, slightly below the 15 minutes.
I'm out ES all
That
day, brother. Love you. All right, Zay. You said the Lopez what now?
the cluster low, like on the 15, yeah, a little bit, yeah. Not this one, a little bit, yeah. And this zone right here, that's the only zone that I saw a change of character bullish wise. After that, I didn't see nothing else.
Right.
Higher time frame is bullish, but it's just like time is due right now for a sell side target.
Yeah, that's it. Correct. This market, yes, correct. This market is fully bullish off the chain, but what it is they're trying to bleed this out and they're trying to target this 7 point volume balance that they just missed just now. What is this? The lower this candle is oh 06. The lower this candle is 4. This market is this market is bullish, but they're only pulling it back to come here to the zone. They want to come into the zone. That's why the market is bleeding out. It does not want to go lower right now. It it does not want to go lower, but it's being forced to try and come and fill this. It wouldn't surprise me if they gave like a liquidation candle to the zone and then bounce. They're trying to come over here and they're trying to fill this volume bounce. That's why this market's not pulling back like this. And then ES wants to touch this 15-minute BISI for fuel that it's missed. ES is going to come to this 15-minute BISI here for fuel to go higher. They missed this. This was by design. They missed that BISI right there by design. Don't be fooled by that. Do not believe a bounce until they tap into this. I'm not going to believe a bounce until they tap into this. And I'm not going to short it until they bounce it.
And they turn everything bullish until a dime around like 10:20, which pretty much match with my 10:35 reversal strats. And ever since then, they've been doing nothing but going up, taking a small break, LR, and then go for another leg. And I think by the time, I mean, 230 should give you like a big move down
This.
and target exactly the middle of that 15-minute FEG.
Mm-hmm. Shorting inside of a 15-minute busy is ill-advised. They just touched this 15-minute busy just now on this ES. I was getting ready to short it just now on large size. They're slowly bleeding this out and they're not giving you a chance to participate.
Once they clear those lows, I mean, if you're taking a short trade from the top, you should be out because they're about to clear that low. Probably they might do it with one candle, and that would give them 50% of that 15-minute, which they trying to see if they can hold it or bleed through it.
All right, cool. Catch you later.
I mean, 5 minute. It's a 5 and a 15. Jesus Christ.
Mm. See this? You can see what they're dangling. You can see what they're getting ready to do. They're playing around with this. They're teasing. They're teasing us.
Even though the reversal candle is clear, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust them doing any bounce until they inverse.
Mm-hmm.
So small high right there. They inverse this, yeah.
Look at that. Look at that displacement from this 15-minute busy. Bro, I think that these people about to go lower with this damn market. I'm going to short this on 7 contracts. Hold on.
Order filled.
I'm going to short this on 7 contracts right now, and I'm going to try and get 50 ticks to the downside on this displacement. With them targeting that volume balance, they're lower. I think, man, I think these people got business to go lower. And I think that they're effing around.
Order submitted.
Best I go break it.
Order canceled.
They're about to reattack without me again. I keep on getting multiple break evens.
That bullshit push up they did just now. This push up is because they just hit the -2 on the standard deviation, and then they just flipped just now. That's what that was.
They hit a 15 also.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
They
They
just
On
hit
the
that
goofing.
15.
They goofing around.
That's exactly it. They're goofing around. They barely touched that 15. They didn't even flash into it. They literally touched it to the exact tick and they started bouncing it. They're just monkeying
Yeah,
around, meandering around.
I'm about done for the day. I'm not gonna do any
yeah,
more trades. I'm up on my
they went
account.
like
So
one tick to the -2 on the standard deviation, bro, and they just flipped that shit. That wick went exactly to it too.
I think these people are about to attack this sell side. So my brain's telling me these people about to attack this damn sell side. I don't think that they're trying to go higher. I just think they're goofing around. Look at that ES about to dump. Timestamp 233. How different is your indicator versus the free super trend indicator on TradingView? I have no idea what the indicator is.
It's a bullshit indicator. Don't fucking use it. I used it before I met E and I stopped using that bullshit. I was using that one. That was one of those bullshit trend indicator I was using, E.
Okay, yeah, there we go right there. There's your answer right there. Honest review.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Don't waste your
Any
money.
man, listen, anything that's free, bro, anything that's free, bro, you don't want to be a part of for real. I'm being dead serious, bro. Like, I'm being like, dude, like, I'm being 100% for real with you. But about to dump this.
You'll make some money, but the money that you lose is gonna be 10 times of what you make.
Then yep,
So don't use
that's
that
exactly why we
indicator.
shouldn't be using that. I think that they about to attack sell side on this. I'm gonna short this on seven
Order
contracts.
filled.
I'm gonna short this on seven contracts, and I'm gonna try and target 50 ticks to the downside.
Good entry.
Basic. But
Very good
Order
entry.
submitted.
look at that market dump. Look at that ES dump through this floor.
I don't like that candle. Wait, way too big.
That. Look at that.
Perfect timing.
Look at that.
With the
Oh my
views.
god. Oh my goodness.
Order canceled.
Yeah, these people are goofball, man.
He
Straight
goes.
goofball.
He goes.
Yo, no way. Are you kidding me right now? Are you effing kidding me right now? After all of those
That should have
commissions,
hit your TP immediately.
it,
Wait, that shit didn't go straight to TP just now, E?
no, it did, bro. But check this out. Because of the commissions, I'm only at 125 instead of my
What
200.
the fuck?
That's micros for you.
Yes, that's
That's
micros.
how they.
Damn.
That's break even on seven. Another contract on seven. Break even here on this on five. Break even here on five. Break even here on five. Break even here on three. All of that stuff cost me $75 in commissions when I should be at my goal.
That's why they keep promoting to trade micros instead of mini. Even the prop from what you do that.
Yeah.
So
Look at
like
that.
how I be doing the mini, I pay less fees or something? Is that what it
Yeah,
is?
with the mini you pay
What the
less
heck?
fee.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I thought I paid more fees with the mini. I didn't know that.
How do I get your indicator? By signing up for that by being inside Discord. It's free once you're inside here. As long as you're here, you have access to it. What? Do you not think that the service that I provide is worth $59 per month? Do you not think that being able to answer questions or ask questions is not worth $59 per month? Look at the results in the Discord. Look. Do you not think so? Look. Do you not think that one day can pay for an entire month's membership and we can be kosher past this? Look. Do you not think so? Do you? Do you not think so? 59 per month or lifetime for $400. Up $1,100 calling it a day. I remember when Dale first joined. That's not up for me to decide. I know what I would be doing, but I'm not everybody else. So I can't review a free indicator for you and let you know, try to convince you which one is better. I can't do that. I can't sell you on $59 per month. I can't do that. That's impossible.
Hey E, I
Yo,
sent you a picture of an indicator just now, right?
can't believe this.
Uh, like how you have your indicator, right? That one's a free indicator. I don't know if you could do like the internal, like how that one does it, but it shows all the internal, bro. Like where they're going when they're just bunks in a wrong. It basically gives you all the internals
Send me the
and
link
the
of it. What?
external.
What? What? You DM'd it to me?
I,
I'm about to go lower.
yeah, I DM it.
Okay, I'll take a look at it in a minute.
Yeah, I think you could probably implement like how they did it, and you know like set up your indicator where it shows like those internal. This one shows every single internal, bro. It's kind of nuts, and it's always hidden.
Does this first presented hold his weight, or do they inverse it and go high?
My only thing is I don't want to enter into a short position right now at the top of at a 15-minute busy. I need them to displace from said 15-minute busy so I can then short it to then potentially go break even whenever they try to reattack it. If I enter to a short position here, I'll be cooked whenever they start to go against it. And I'll be like, what the hell is going on? I don't want to be one of those people. I still think they're getting ready to go lower, and this right here is where I think they're getting ready to come to. They're going to come over here and fill this. It's just that we're in positive HVLs, so the market is bleeding itself out. The reason why the market is going so slow is because the market maker is hedging itself. We are in positive gamma. So buy orders are being met with buy orders and sell orders are being met with sell orders. When that's the case, moves get diminished. You see them eating into this indicator, you see them eating into this imbalance, they've reduced it to a 2 now. They're going to go to the destination, but on their own time. The moves are a lot, the moves are far more deceiving. They still didn't feel it, but they reduced it to a 2. They're trying to eat at this slowly but surely, and it's confusing most people. This is not the same environment as we were, hell, even 2 days ago or a day or so ago. Whenever it was, we were in negative HVL down there like 2 or 3% lower. Where sell orders are being met with sell orders and buy orders are being met with buy orders. That is not the case. When when this is the case on positive HVL, you get liquidation squeezes, and then whenever they want to pull it back, they'll do this. They'll just bleed it out, and then and then like you have no idea when it's going to stop and then do this again. In negative HVL, it's a lot less clustered, and the liquidity is separated by farther. So you can make $300 or $400 of 3 micros in like 2 minutes. In this environment, it took them 2 hours to bleed this market out. 100 ticks. It took them 2 hours to go down 100 ticks from the top. 2 hours. That's how long it took them. You know, this was the last portion of my trading journey that I felt as though that I needed to master. Because I could understand market direction, but I couldn't understand psychology. No one taught me psychology. Everyone wants to talk about X's and O's, but no one wants to talk about psychology. No one ever really talks about that. No one told me what not to do. I never had a mentor. I couldn't afford a mentor because all of them were charging $1,500 for like 3 classes. You're not going to turn into a professional trader from taking 3 classes. Just like how you didn't pass any level of grade school by going to school for a week, for 2 or 3, for hell, for even a month. You did not do that. Nowhere in the educational system is that is that a method for success. No, 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, and you go home with homework on the weekends. That's exactly what we're doing here. Live trading Monday through Friday, starting at 10 a.m. on TikTok, 9, 10 a.m. in the morning from inside Discord. We have a pre-market meeting that you show up if you want to get yourself together at 9, 10 a.m. in the morning. So I'll let you know what I'm thinking that they're getting ready to do on the open, and then we'll go through the progression together and go over the pre-market trading plan. Then we start trading right after. 5 days a week, and then on the weekend we got homework, and it's free. The homework is free. The homework is the mentorship class on the weekends. So if you see something during the week that you're confused about, then send it on Friday or Saturday, and then I'll answer it. And then if it's a good enough topic, or it needs to be covered, or I can't direct you because we haven't because we haven't covered it previously in the class, then I will direct you to the link and you can watch that class. And then you get caught up to speed. It's miraculous. And then we can start talking the same exact language.
I just posted a picture to show you, bro.
Okay,
That I could keep, with this indicator, I could see like those internal, and I could keep scalping that shit. Like I just scalped that little bullshit trade from the bottom up, but this indicator, that's what I was telling you, it shows all those internals, so you could just take like scalp from internal to internal, basically.
I gotta take a look at that. I'm gonna take a look at it. So the question but the question is, can you do this? Are you willing to submit yourself to this process? Is the question. Where Coach says sometimes best thing to do is learning what not to do. My mentor done brought me a long way in a short few months. In a weird market on a day like today, I would have forced and been greedy trying to make money. But today I learned the two big groups. But today I learned the two big groups. So long story short, he made about two or three. Long story, he made about $5,000 yesterday. So screw this, whatever this is. Let's just know that. Max allo on 2 to 3 other firms with Apex. Okay, so he's max allocated. All it took him was a few months. He's only been trading for a handful of months, less than a handful of months. Okay, blah blah blah. He says I don't even gotta have the horrendously bad day to feel and know this right here was one of them days that a short few months ago, I would have been begging the market for mercy, on my knees, crying like a child. You changing the game. If nobody told you that today, let me be the first to remind you. You the heartbeat to this Discord and the engine that makes it go, dog. Keep leading the way and pouring into those around you is powerful. You're changing lives, my brother. And I told him this means more than anything that you can ever imagine. And then D Brown just joined like yesterday. He says, I have been studying for almost 24 hours. I am thankful to have found NQ Insider. So much to learn. And you're sitting over here goofing around trying to debate with me over $59 per month. And Zero said it's the truth. And this student over here right below that's making $500 off of the 1150 macro from yesterday. And you sitting over here goofing around. Trying to figure out what we got going on. Absolutely. Be on alert. That's what you need to be. $20 a day. Anyway, you get the point. And their friends are inviting them over here and sending them over here. But yet, you want it for free. That's what you want. You want everything. You want the world, but you don't want to make no sacrifices. You want to be in the NBA and make $10-15 million a year, but you don't want to lift no weights. You don't want to wake up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning and go running. You don't want to do that. You want to be a doctor, but you don't want to go to school. That's what you want. So let me get that straight. I don't want to study. I don't want to study.
They're gonna be a backyard engineer.
Exactly. They want to be a rocket. They want to have the salary of a rocket scientist, but then they don't want to go to. But then they don't want to go to rocket science school and be in school for like 12 years. I want all of the money, and I don't want to pay nobody to learn. I don't want to do that. But you understand. But you do understand that you do understand that's not how college works. You understand that much, but you don't understand that this is how this works. But yet from goofing around and from doing this in just a few short months worth of time, you can literally make 5 times more than what a doctor makes. But yet you don't even want to put in one tenth of the work required. That's what you want to do. You want to make 10 times more than what the doctors make, but you don't want to put in one tenth of the work. Nah, I don't need to do that. Interesting. That's where our little journey and this little riddle ends. That's what you want. That tells me everything I need to know. Reminds me of my brother, who's destined to live a life of making $10.50 an hour from temp agency jobs. That's who. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I still love him the same. But I told him what his destiny was. And I looked him dead in his eyes and I told him so. And I said, this world does not give a damn about you. It's not going to change until you want to change. You need to look yourself in the mirror and you need to be real with yourself. And then like he listens to my pep talks and he gets fired up for a week and after 2 weeks and he sends me the screenshot of him saving $100 to $120 of his $350 a month, $350 a week paycheck. And then he forgets after 2 or 3 weeks and he starts spending his money on weird shit like shoes and still don't got a driver's license. Nowhere. Nowhere fast. Spending money on tattoos and women. And then miraculously the women leave him because then they realize that he has nothing going for himself. So he continuously repeats the cycle over and over again, continuously. And I told him, and I was like, bro, and he was like, but see, look, he doesn't understand because he's so foolish. He's blinded. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand because he's like, well, but everyone told me that a woman should want me for me. So why don't women want me for me? Boy, women need to see potential in you. You still need to prove yourself. Nothing is given. Why should someone just want to be with somebody who just has no ambition, who's just goofing around all day, with no potential and is going nowhere fast? Would you want to attach yourself to a sinking ship? Absolutely not. Would you recommend your daughter to do that? Absolutely not. So why do you think that you're special? I'm being
Hey
dead
E,
serious.
but there is people like that though that always look at the positive side and not the negative side, because the
And that's a
negative side
problem.
never really it never really hit them like that before. And when it hits them, that's when they don't know what the hell to do. But like people like us now, we look at both sides. We look at the bad and the
Correct.
good that could come out of it.
Correct. Correct. And that's a
But there's a
problem.
lot of people like that though, bro.
We
I'm
need to
gonna
start
tell you, there's
judging
a lot of
people on
people.
face value. That's what we need to start doing. I'm being dead serious. We need to start judging people on face value. If you ain't earned it, then what makes you think that you deserve it? If you have not put in the work, and if you're not willing to put in the work, what the hell makes you think that you deserve to make $20,000 to $30,000 a week doing this from a computer screen and just be goofing around? What makes you think that? If you're not willing to devote $49 for 90 days worth of instruction, what the hell makes you think that you deserve to know? Walk up to Harvard right now and tell them that you want their best professor to teach you and to run you through the gauntlet and then go, well, nah, I'm not, I don't want to compensate nobody. Just teach me. And if you don't, then you're a scammer because that's what other people told me. And then like the people are gonna go, well, do those people have a degree from Harvard? And they go, well, no, they don't. Do they have good jobs? No, they don't. But that's what they told me. So I'm gonna follow those instructions. It's a sickness that needs to be cured. They want to go lower. They're bleeding this out and they're gonna dump this market past the zone. They want to go lower and not higher. Those live accounts are evals. I don't trade evals. Those are funded accounts, all of them. About 50 of them I'm trading. I don't trade evaluations.
Hey Native, you already got that indicator? I'm guessing you
People
already
been on this
scalped.
long than a minute, correct. Because they're just bleeding it out. I'm waiting on them to tip their hand, but they just keep on goofing around here. Honestly speaking, I'm being dead serious. I'm really about to walk away and call it a day. I'm being dead serious. I'm getting close. I really only need $70, $80, but I don't want to turn my day bad over $70, $80. I'll trade
Hey,
for a
you're
good
gonna
day.
love that indicator, bro. You're gonna love that shit, especially how you scalp, bro. It's gonna show you every internal, bro, everything that you could take, and you're gonna be killing that shit even more, especially if you add it to your indicator.
I'm gonna take a look at it. I'll live stream. I'm gonna review it today. Would you call
It,
someone a bad friend for telling you to start trading? I would call someone a bad friend for telling me to start trading and not and not and telling me to start trading and not directing me in the right direction and telling me to just go figure it out. That's that's what I would say. So like if someone was like, bro, anyone can be a successful trader. Just hop inside the computer and just go watch a few videos on Reddit or YouTube or Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace and you become a millionaire. Why? Because I'm naturally going to ask you the question, why didn't you do that? What is the name of the indicator he's talking about? I have no idea. I'm going to take a look at it. He's talking about pairing up with the indicator that I provide with Discord. So I'm going to take a look at it and I'm going to see the confluences, but I'm unsure what he's referencing. I can't review that right now during live trading. So like, I can't do that. So Not even the Discord students are immune. Now I'll answer a question based off of the stuff I'm seeing right now, but like I can't review an indicator and just completely forget about live trading. That's why like I can't answer questions for somebody that goes, "Hey, what are you talking about? Hey, bro, what's a BISI? Or what's a SIBI? What's an imbalance? What's a liquidity?" Because they just joined this community. That's why that knowledge center is there. Be on alert. They're slowly bleeding this out. The timestamp now is 2:54. If they go like another 15, 20, 30 more minutes by doing this foolishness, I'm going to then ask myself the question, if I take a trade and if I lose, what are the chances that I'll be able to right this ship for the day? And the answer to that question is negligible at best.
A heat wave over in France killed millions of chickens.
Really? There
Yep.
they go again with that bird flu. Chick.
Now, this was because of a
Price
heat wave.
Price of damn
It was
one carton of
because of the
eggs. One carton of
temperature.
eggs was like $6 like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That was crazy. They talking about some bird flu. I remember that.
Yeah, that was bird flu back then.
I walked.
But
I literally walked into Aldi, and Aldi literally had a sign that read. The sign literally said, "Limit one carton of eggs per customer. Please don't get upset with us. We can't control this." With a frowny face. I'm not joking. Long story short, that translates to, bro, we know we're charging you $5.50 for one carton of eggs, and it's the cheap and it's the cheapest ones in town, but you can only buy one. And we apologize that these prices are so goddamn egregious. Please don't hate us. That's literally what it just said.
Oh my god, bro. I keep freaking scalping this shit, bro. And this this indicator is stupid crazy, bro. Like shit. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I had took off the internal and I was only leaving external, but today that you mentioned internal, bro, like what the fuck?
Just banged on that short. Absolutely, they want to go lower.
Yo, it's crazy.
They don't want to go no higher. They want to go lower. I've been telling you this. But what it is they're just bleeding it out, and then they're gonna force you to short it to the hole, and then right when you press the short button, they bounce it on you. They just filled that volume balance that I was telling you about in full just now. I've been telling you they were gonna go here, but now they dumped it into a 15-minute BISI, into a 1, 5, and a 15-minute BISI cluster. So you have no idea what they're getting ready to do next. What's the indicator name? I have no idea. I'm gonna take a look to that. Tell them what the indicator name is.
It's SMC internal and external liquidity. SMC external internal liquidity. It gives you all your internal and all your external. And exactly how E like to scalp that shit, bro. Every single internal, I know E gonna kill that shit, bro.
I'm gonna take a look at it. So is it basically plotting what I'm looking at?
Everything all your internal that you be trading, bro. This shit tells you which one already taken, which one is which one is open.
Copy the link to it and send it inside the chat right now. Just click copy publication link and send it. So click copy publication link, go to about and click copy publication link on the internet browser and paste it inside the chat, please. So we can see. So they can see. I can't analyze it right now, but I'll take a look at it later.
Wait, like click copy on the indicator itself?
No, you could.
Is it SMC?
I think they can figure it out.
Internal and external liquidity and alerts.
Yeah, correct. That's it right there.
Well, once you type in SMC liquidity, it just shows up.
Yeah, there's one on the top, one on the bottom. The one on the bottom says SMC MTF internal external structure.
It's by NIRREE, NIRI or NNI.
Yeah, that's the one on the top.
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, this one.
NIREE or whatever that person name is. Bro, this shit is ridiculous, bro. Look at that, in bro. I
He's
just
doing
traded that
externals though.
internal, like you said, bro. It basically took out that internal, went for the bottom internal that's right there, and it just kept going down. So from that top internal where you got the double top, that's where I took the trade just now. I target the bottom internal, and it just went directly straight to TP, and it's still going. This is ridiculous, bro. I don't be trading internals like that. I usually go for the external, but
Get them bleeding.
damn, E. You just give me sauce on top of sauce.
Mm, It's just plotting the highs and the lows. Hmm. I see what you're talking about. You have to be pairing this with something else.
So I use those, but I pay attention to VIX, like I said too. I pay attention to VIX. So whenever VIX goes up, NQ takes a dump. Whenever VIX goes down, NQ goes up. And then the internal lines up perfectly with it.
Hmm. It's called SMC for Smart Money Concepts. Internal and external liquidity plus alerts on the indicators tab, but it's just showing the highs and the lows. What I would consider internal and external, it's not necessarily that like.
Well, all of them are getting hit, bro. Every single one was getting hit just now.
Correct.
I gotta back test it a little bit more with it. I usually use the
Hold up, hold up.
external, but I'm gonna try this internal.
I think
Yeah, it's the one on top, eh? SMC internals and external liquidity plus alerts. Neary 11.
I think that today is a wash. There's a
Yeah,
lot
I'm
of
done
lift in
for
this day.
today. I'm done. I'm keeping what profit I have.
What happened to you? Excuse me. Look at this bleed out. Wow. Hold on. Stop.
Yo, anyone else caught that trade?
Wow. Wow, brother. My brother. Do you remember? Do you effing remember, brother? No. Wait. Yeah, the one up top you can. Okay. Do you remember, brother? Do you remember? I remember, J Walk. Do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember?
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
God is good. It might not be the most. It might not be the most to a lot of y'all in here, but I'm finally able to request my first payout. Also, the second funded falling right behind, and the last working towards that buffer. I effing love you, man, and forever grateful for everything you taught me to help me out with, as well as everyone in here. Do you remember, brother? I remember. I remember. I remember when you first started, brother. I beyond remember. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tearing up right now, heavily right now. Yes, sir, baby. Absolutely. It's just gonna give you a lot of confidence. Don't trade that account. Request it, and then that's it. That's it. One small drop, fill up the bucket, brother. Request the maximum on that. So that's 620, 625. Good job, my brother. I'm proud of you. And then that can help you, give you a little bit more confidence. Good job, man. Proud of you, bro. First payout. Good job. Great job, sir. Proud of you, man. But this is just the beginning for you, sir. I told you that this journey was going to be the beginning for you, Jay. I told you. I know how our little story ends here. Do you? You have a Twitch, but you mentioned Discord. Is that the same thing? Nah. I don't go live from Twitch anymore. I only go live from YouTube and TikTok. I might go live from Twitch maybe later, but I know how our little story ends here. Oh, I know. I know how our story ends. Like a weight lifted off my shoulder, Fred. That was the confidence builder I needed. Wow. I remember when you were getting ready to give up. You were getting ready to give up down there 2 weeks ago, if I remember correctly. I remember. Hmm. You mind if I show these people some of the things that you said in the beginning? You mind if I show them, J Walk? I'm not gonna read the whole story. But well, yeah, you're good, fam. Do you want to see how everyone needs to understand that everyone's journey is not going to be linear? When obviously I'm just looking at the chart. When he joined here, when he joined here, this was less than 4 months ago, 3.5 months ago. I told you it does not take you 2 years. Hey, I was wondering if you were taking any questions for tonight's class. First question he asked. I said, absolutely. I asked if anyone has any questions at each topic and at the end. He said, awesome. They'll remember. I warned you. I'm coming prepared with a bunch of them this week, unlike last week. He showed up and he started studying. He still asked questions. So he showed up and he asked questions, and he sent me this message. He says, this was the point that I was trying to show where he was getting ready to quit. I'm honestly in such a financial and mental asshole right now. Would you be able to float my payment about a month? I didn't say no, bro. No, bro, listen. No. You don't need to be inside. Honestly, I didn't even see this until just now. Like, as far as, like, remembering this. I didn't say no, bro. I need that Discord payment. I said, bro, you let me know what you got. Just let me know what you need. He says, ask him for a free month, just a free month, and I'll get back to you for a month and the next. But see, look, he's not asking for free handouts, but he found somebody that cares. I think that I gave him an extra 30 days total, and I was like, if you need anything else, you let me know. And I said, done, no questions asked. And he says, because he was in such a completely messed up situation, long story short, he said, again, I'm not even asking, nor do I want a free month. I paid for everything in myself in my life since I was 14. He said, sorry if that was a lie. He said, I always let myself down without asking for help. So he found it, and then he was going through everything. He says yada yada yada. So I don't want to read all of this for everybody. I don't want to bore everybody. And then look, he was struggling. He says, honestly, it makes me feel so effing stupid. Like I wasted so much of my time on this, letting not only you but everyone else who's been helping me out, down and out inside the community. This is what I was trying to show. He was getting ready to quit. He was getting ready to quit less than 2 months ago. You can see the date. I don't know what I said. Let's see what I said.
Jay Walk, my boy, man, I read that message at least 3 or 4 times, for sure. And I want to talk about that today in Sunday's class. So one of the topics is going to be devoted towards you, for sure, and helping you address this. So if you can make it, you can. If not, then it'll be recorded, and I definitely want you to listen to that so that I can try to help you in the best way possible because I think that others are facing the same thing. I promise you, that somebody else is struggling with it as well. So if you don't mind me talking about it, I'm gonna definitely talk about it because again, no one knows who you are. You know what I'm saying? So, but even if they did, this is a community where we all need to try to improve in the best way possible. So I'm gonna definitely help you out as far as that's concerned. I'm gonna try my best to answer that to try and help you stay focused, my brother. But you got this, man. I believe in you, and we'll chop it up today at about 8 o'clock, by 8:15ish. Talk soon.
The most important lesson was that I told him, I was like, I believe in you. He was getting ready to quit. You can see it right over here. And now he finally got his first payout. Things begin to click over the course of time, and you can see the progression here. And now he finally got his first payout. This is mentorship. This is the value of a mentor, being able to ask somebody that's not going to ask anything of you and that's going to believe in you along the way. I'm not going to read the entire messages, but you can see. So it's just like everyone's journey is going to be right around the same. Don't speed it up, dude. Oh well, I thought that I said something different, but I just told him and I was like, yeah, you know what, we'll cover it inside the class. But long story short, I was like, bro, listen, you got this, bro. And then over the course of time, he's going to figure it out by showing up to the classes. He showed up to the classes, to the mentorships. He asked some questions. He went home and he studied. He figured out what he was doing wrong and he corrected those errors. And then then in the small brief chance to where he could not be real with himself and answer the question of, man, what am I really doing wrong here? Maybe he asked that question and someone else inside here answered that, or I answered that. And then he honestly took that feedback and he internalized that and he moved forward. And that is the only way that you will succeed in this endeavor. You need to listen to what I told you. It's 3:10 and I haven't had any, and I haven't started cooking my food yet. I'll get something to eat. So I missed my window to cook my food. Cook my chicken. Hold on. I'll be right back. They're goofing around and they're goofing around. Hold on quick. I gotta go put this chicken inside this oven. Damn it, it's 3 o'clock. Time just flew by. Would you recommend living in a high-rise apartment? We appreciate you. You're giving a lot to the community. Thanks, Dean. Appreciate that. Yeah. Guys, listen. Guys, listen. He understood the value of the community. That dude was in such a guys. Obviously he's still trying to figure things out just like everybody else. But he was in such a financial situation to where that monthly membership determined whether or not that he was going to learn or not. Why would I deprive you of that if I know that you're serious? My goal is to not make money off you. My goal is to weed out those who are not serious and to keep them away. So I don't waste my time talking to you. If you're serious about getting to where you're trying to get to, we will get there. But you need to stay consistent longer than your own impatience. And that's the problem with most people. Why? Because you want to get rich for why? Because most people want to get rich for free and they don't want to give nothing up. But they want they want the world. You just listen to what I just told you. That reason right there is exactly why you can't have the world and why you won't get rich. Everybody wants the reward with no sacrifice.
Yeah, and
Everybody
they
wants the
call that
reward
a
with no
fantasy.
sacrifice and no trade-offs.
A
What a
fantasy.
fantasy world.
Dreamers.
What a
Dreamers.
fantasy world, huh? Man, if everything could be like that, huh? Man, where we could just do whatever we want to do with no risk and no reward.
It's called dreamers. Dreamers. They never take action.
They're just bleeding this out. The timestamp is 313. They've managed to hurt everybody and do absolutely nothing. All I see is green. They're monkeying. They're meandering around. If you didn't see that volume balance, there's no way in hell you would have known that they was going to go lower. If you did, I promise you, if you did not see that volume balance and if we didn't point that out, and if I didn't tell you that they was getting ready to reverse this market, you would not have known that they was getting ready to go lower. Look where I started shorting that. Look. There was nowhere in the zone was I trying to long this. Every position was a short, and I just got break even because of the price action. Every position was a short. There was zero confusion. Zero confusion. Shorter to here. Break even here. Shorter to here. Break even here. Shorter to here. Full TP here. Every position up here, and I told you this carousel was going to start spinning. I told you that's why I was shorting up there. I shorted here on this candle. If you did, because I thought that, why? Because I thought they were going to dump it over, come over here, but they just, but what happened was they took 3 hours to go there. They took 2.5 hours to come to that zone. Why? Because it's positive HVL. They're bleeding it out through time distortion. Probably do a giveaway tomorrow on some evaluations and a straight to funded account. I got to get it set up. I'm waiting on the CEO of the prop firm to let me know. It's going to be through Funded Hero or whatever it is, Funded Hero. Pretty decent prop firm. Funded Hero. They're going to be giving away the free accounts to the members of the live stream that watch. And you can only get a free account if you're on the live stream. So once I figure out a way on like how to make it fair so everyone can enter, and if you win and you're not watching the live stream, then you don't win. Then I'll just respin the wheel. I want to log in and watch the live stream for 10 seconds and then win and then just get paid. All the reward, but no sacrifice. I don't even know what my mother's talking about. I'm gonna just send her $20. This is ridiculous. I'm not going back and forth. Let's give it to the person on TikTok with the most accumulated time watch. Yeah, that is true. That would be a good route to go. I like that. I might do something like that. Maybe one of those at the end of the week. Click on that. Somehow I got to calculate that. Look at this market. Look at that. Is there any news drivers tomorrow? It was tomorrow, Friday. Let's take a look. Tomorrow's don't blow up your account day. They were goofing around this entire time, and I knew where they were going, and I still didn't make no money for real. Fed Logan speaks. Home sales at 10 o'clock. Wait, that's today. Nothing tomorrow. Expect more time distortion. Look at this goofing around. Are you kidding me? This is nothing. And you don't short into a
I
15-minute business.
profit on that long now.
This is ridiculous. Tomorrow gonna be freaky, I feel. After I get off shift, I'm sitting down and getting in the Discord. Yes, ma'am. We'll see, man. Bless the first person to respond. God damn.
I got out right there.
No, that was funny, right? You gonna call it a day, Native? All right, then we'll catch you later, girl. No, that was funny, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But that was hilarious. Zero said that was funny. I'm not gonna lie. I'm blessing the first 15 people with $15,000 that messaged me, "Happy birthday," or "God damn." That was funny. That was funny, Zero. Yeah, you're good, fam. She's been on a roller coaster for probably would have. Definitely would have quit without the support and belief for real. Yeah, there was like 3 whole class that was basically all over the stuff I was dealing with back then. Generally can't emphasize how grateful I am for it. Thanks, J-Boy. That means a lot. I'm gonna screenshot this. Why so? Because I read these in my spare time. Be on alert. And I'm gonna save it on my hard drive. And the name of it is going to be Jaywalk First Payout. Jaywalk First Payout. Save. Proud of you. Yeah, best to call it a day. They're goofing around. The price section is going to make less and less sense. They want to bounce this and go higher now. I need 60 ticks on 3 micros to call it a trading day. Do I think that they give me 60 ticks to do something unimaginable? Timestamp 320. Hold on. timestamp 325. I'm back. Sorry. It's so real. A good math right there. And be safe as you can for that $50. Yeah, my math 60 ticks on 3 micros. Nah, 3 ticks on 15 ticks on 12. Nah, 3 of these account going exactly. Hmm.
I just took profit. I shorted that green doji. Green hammer, rather. Hold on real quick, guys. Phone call.
shit. Dealing with weirdos again. Jesus. I pray to God. I pray to God, bro. I pray to God, bro, that I never have to deal with those problems ever again. Swear to God. I swear to God. So help me God. My mother just called me, went on a 5-minute rant for something that's just completely irrelevant. I should send you these screenshots, but you wouldn't believe me. You would think you would think I'm living in like a comedian zone. My mother called me from the unemployment office, asking me to cash out my brother $15 when I just sent him $150 yesterday, and I just gave her $300 2 days ago. So I sent her $150, and I was like, "You send it to him." And she's like, "There isn't enough money inside my account." And I looked at her checking account, and I'm like, "There is money inside your checking account." And I'm like, "Show me what the fuck you're talking about." And she sends me a picture, and the Cash App shit says, the Cash App shit from the Cash App shit says, "Your payment was declined. PNC debit card ending in 3328 was declined because the account balance was too low." And she's trying to send this dude $15. And she's at the unemployment office trying to file for unemployment for my brother. And she's like, she's like, "There's not enough money inside the account." And so I have a picture of her debit card. And so I pull up the picture of her debit card and I say, "Mama, what does that say? What's the last four digits of your debit card, Mama?" And she goes, my pocketbook's inside the car." So she sends her boyfriend up to go get the pocketbook. And I go, "Mama, what's the last four digits of your card?" And she goes, 0592, which is the last four digits of the card. And I go, "Mama, you just switched your debit card like 3 or 4 weeks ago. That's why it's being declined. I'm on live stream right now trading. What are we talking about right now?" And she goes, but she's lying. But she was like, "Well, I was just trying to tell him that." So I was like, "Well, if you're trying to tell him that, why the hell you send it to me? What are we talking about here?" I was like, "I'm not sending my brother no more money. You sent it to him from the money that I sent you." I told her, I was like, "Man, I'm not dealing with this weird shit no more. I gotta go." She was like, "All
Crazy.
right then, bye." I swear to God, I hope that I never go back to poverty. That is that mentality is disgusting. It sickens me, and it is a disease, and it upsets me, and it enrages me. I'm not going to take any more trades for the rest of this day because I am enraged and I'm upset. And I swear to God, I remember when I was there. Going back and forth over $15 fucking is ridiculous. Just the poverty mentality is disgusting. But there's a reason why they're there. And I love these people to death and arguably would give my life for them, but it is the truth. There's a reason why they are there. Because they can't follow instructions and they can't see past step one. Their problem-solving skills are on zero. It is saying card declined for a reason. You can look at your bank account and see that there's money inside the account. It is disgusting. Hey, bro, where's Chris, man? I don't know what happened to Chris. Blaster? It gets to a point you have to let some people drown so you can learn how to swim. That is correct. That is 100% correct. One of the first things about being a medic because my dad was an EMT in the military and a firefighter. And one of the things that they teach them and they say, you have to wait, one, for the scene to be clear. And then two, if someone poses a threat or a danger to you or to anyone else around you, do not help them or do not try and save their lives. Let them drown and let them die. That is 100% correct. Because not only will there be one dead body, there will be 2 or 3. Because why? Because humans panic so much to where they will latch onto you and drown you along with them. And because they can't swim, so they'll drown you. No, it's best to watch them drown. And I know that sounds very sad, but it is true. Be on alert. Listen to what I just told you. It's disgusting, man. Jesus Christ. It is a sickness. mental illness. Hold on, what's going on with this market? Are they getting ready to come up here to this 4 point? What time is it? Man, it's 23 minutes left in this day. Man, if I press this show on right now, bro, dude, I'll probably lose. Do I personally want to make $70 that badly to where I got to register this today? Or do I need that money that badly today? Or should I just count this as not a trading day? And then what I can do is I'll just register 5 more days and then I can request that extra money over the top. Because this will just be an extra $120 to my overall request. Because I just need 5 days of $200. Do I try to force this and potentially lose here for the last 23 minutes of unreasonable price action? Or do I stop and do I walk away from the screen? Don't stress over the yeah, no, I'm not stressing over the $15. I sent my mom $150 and I was like, you send it to him. And she was like, he's been sitting over there in the hot sun waiting for me to pick him up. I'm like, oh my God, this is a fucking disaster. $70 is your 50. You don't need to rush it. This is disgusting. I'm serious. But I remember riding to MARTA. I remember not having a car. I remember wishing that somebody would pay attention to me. I remember being unseen. I remember being so poor I couldn't afford a haircut. I had a bald head. My entire childhood life, I couldn't afford no haircut. I had to get a bald head every day. I remember. I remember my parents not having cars. I remember my dad not having a driver's license. I remember that like it was yesterday, and I remember how that made me feel. I remember no one in school wanted to pay attention to me until I created value for myself. I remember how that felt. I remember being so poor to the point to where a $5 or a $10 meal going outside was an absolute luxury, was an absolute treat. I remember those things. I remember how it felt to be unseen and unheard. I don't forget like it was yesterday. I remember not knowing if we were going to be homeless a month or two later. I remember being homeless. I remember being in foster care. I remember these things like it was yesterday. I remember sleeping in a car with my father in the winter when we were homeless because my father's brother was a crackhead. And he sold all of our belongings and got us evicted, and we had no place to stay. So we slept in the back of a 1995 Honda Accord for months. I remember like it was yesterday. I remember staying at the extended stay hotel. This is a true story. And those were the best times of my life. I thought nothing of it. I remember how it made me feel. I remember when my mother lied on my father and said that my father and my uncle were molesting me just so she could try and get custody of me. I remember. I don't judge her, but I remember. Like it was yesterday, she lied. Her and her aunt lied on me, lied on him, and had to put my father through a lie detector test. I remember like it was yesterday. I remember when my dead brother looked me dead in my eyes and told me he didn't need me anymore because he got a tax refund check for $600 a week during COVID. I remember like it was yesterday, and he was dead 2 months later. I remember these things. That's why I act like how I am today, and I don't judge people, but I remember, and I take mental note of what caused those things, and I took mental note of how to get out of those things and how to never go back there again. I choose not to deal with with lower vibrations like that. Like it was yesterday. I remember sitting here now making $30,000 to $40,000 a week. I remember. I'm not gonna forget. Like it was yesterday. I remember, and it's true. Thinking about that now, it almost brings tears to my eyes. I almost started crying thinking about that. How it felt, where nobody cared. This serious. Man, I remember how I felt. Eating 88-cent Totino's pizzas 5 days a week, surviving off $2 a day, and some peanut butter and jelly. Shit. I remember my family not believing in what I'm doing now. My mom has no idea what the hell that I do. She has no idea. I'm being dead serious. She has no idea. My mom called me the other day, and my mother was like, "Hey, I was speaking to this one guy." This was when she was working. My mom was currently unemployed. She got fired by HR. Discrepancy. She gave no. Long story short, just don't worry about it. There it is right there again. But long story short, when she was working, don't ask me. She called me and she was like, "Hey, I was speaking to this one guy at my job, and he came by. I know this guy, and he, he coaches at this local Christian academy, and he said that he wants to bring you on as a coach. He's a football coach. I told him you don't know much about football, that you're really basketball, but he said he has an assistant basketball coaching job for you." I was like, "Excuse me?" She was like, "Yeah." She was like, "I told him that I wouldn't give him an answer until I spoke to you." I was like, "Mama, how do you think that your bills are being paid?" Huh? But that's what I was thinking, but I didn't say that. I was like, "Really, Mom? That's nice." She was like, "Yeah, you get to work with, I told him that you're really good with children and speaking. So, you might be able to be." He told me that he could bring you on if you were serious. So I had to take a step back, and I had to ask myself, what is my mother's intent? My mother doesn't have a malicious bone in her body, nor does my brother. And I said, is she trying to be disrespectful? No, she's not. Does she know what I have going on? Probably not. She has no idea. She was seriously probably just thinking, hey, like maybe I should do this. So I looked at her and I said, should I let her know what's going on, or should I not? And then I said, you know what, Mama, that's nice of him. You know what, I'll sit down and I'll think about it. And I left it at that. She tried to sign me up for a job that makes like $20,000 a year. My mother, she has no idea what's going on. She's just completely oblivious. Most people who are walking around this world like this, and it's sad, but it's true, they have no idea about anything that's going on. They're just lost. No one wants a mentor.
Walking around with blinders on.
That's exactly what my dad says. He's in the military. That's why I started laughing just now. That's literally exactly what my dad says verbatim. My dad says, bro, most people are just walking around with blinders on, like they don't know what's going on. Like, even the words I'm saying right now are going over most people's heads. They're probably like, bro, what are you talking about? Bro, that's a good job. Or, bro, what are you talking about? That mix up and that mistake could happen to anybody with the credit or the debit card.
Yeah.
Timestamp 3:45. I think that it's best that we call it. Look at this confusion. We have 10 minutes until we have 4 minutes to the 350 macro, and they'll flash it up or flash it down. We have 12 minutes until the market completely closes, and like nothing will 100% cease to make any sense. Today was a complete wash. I did not lose today. Hold on, how much did I make? $2,800 on those accounts. I did not lose today. I did not lose. I was still correct, but I did not meet my goals. Was today a failure? No, it was not a failure today. It was not a failure. I managed to not get chopped up and avoid this disaster. And you want to know what saved me? The rants. The rants that I went on saved me. I'm grateful for those. Because I like to rant whenever they're doing nothing and they're just confusing people. Like my old mentor used to say, they can fool others, but not me. Sickening. They did. Look at this foolishness. Look at this market goof around. You don't know if they're going to squeeze or dump this. I'll stay on for the 350 macro. Honestly speaking, I don't even want to do that because I don't even want to give nobody no hints. Because you might try and play this. They're going to flash this up or flash this down to target the nearest drawn liquidity for this 350 macro. 10-minute MOC market on close order. Complete lunacy. I apologize, everybody, for talking about my personal life. I apologize. But I tell the truth. I have ADD, and that doesn't require me to tell the truth, but still, though, whatever's on my mind, it's hard for me to decouple it. I tell these stories like this so people can learn. The smart people learn from their own mistakes. The wisest people learn from other people's mistakes. You need to
Very
adapt.
true.
You need to
Very
adapt.
true.
So if you hear a weird story like that, you'll go, "Oh shoot, I heard that before. Let me not do that." That's why I go on these rants. Or you can go like, "Bro, that makes sense. I know somebody that was going through that.
Yep.
Maybe I shouldn't do that."
No, that's what a teacher does.
So yeah, I apologize, but it is what it is. I mean, the problem's solved. I sent my mom
You don't have
$150.
to apologize for
I don't got to
anything.
think about it. So I was going on a rant. I don't care. I don't give a damn what he got going on or they got going on. I just want your life to improve. You, the listener. We'll be live tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the morning from inside Discord. 10 a.m. in the morning from inside TikTok. We're going to start giving out free accounts tomorrow. I got to get everything set up. I'm going to log out of this. Why so? Because they're meandering around. I did not meet my goal, $130 today across the 20 funded accounts. I did not meet my goal. On those accounts. On my other accounts, I did. So I need 3 more days, and then I can request a payout on those accounts. 3 more days, and I can request on those. So I accomplished one goal 75% of the way, 60% of the way for me today. Today was a wash. Hopefully tomorrow's better. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that.
See that?
Man.
Dump this. Look at that 350 macro. Long right now, E. Never mind. Peace. All right, Dre. Guys, I appreciate everybody for listening and tuning in. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Catch you later, alligators. They're not doing anything. Don't blow up your accounts, please. Let's have a good Friday.
Have a
Believe
good
in me,
night.
man. I love you. All right, fam.
Have a good weekend,
Say
everybody.
never mind. 5 seconds before it happened. Okay, good. All right, Dev. See you tomorrow. PC, take care. All right, see you tomorrow, Dev. All right, everybody. Catch you later.